Yep. Well, it's a very good morning to fellow councillors, CEO Mr. Hale Dandle, and all the staff in the gallery here with us today. Welcome and good morning to you all on this 16th of July. It's a pleasure to open our ordinary meeting, and I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners on the land that we meet today to conduct our business on, and acknowledge their elders, past, present and emerging. And also I'd like to actually say today, this morning, first up, that today's the last day, or last official meeting that our CEO of the last nearly 4 years will be assisting us, and just want to acknowledge Cale for the wonderful service that you provided. I know you said earlier on I don't need to make any mention of it, but sometimes the chair can take these liberties, so I do want to acknowledge the contribution that you've made, and your effort and your professionalism has been exemplary through that entire time. So I'd like to, on behalf of my fellow councillors, thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Mr.
And we'll do our best to make the meeting as interesting as we can and give you as many challenging questions as we can.
I'll be very gracious of you.
Yeah, absolutely. And also to acknowledge today we have with us the acting CEO is going to step into Cale's shoes the next 3 months or so, Mr. Alistair Dawson. So welcome to you, Alistair, and we're glad to have you on board. Okay, and we've also got a very special person that's just turned up by the name of Jasmine McClintock. Here we are. Jasmine's going to deliver our opening prayer. So Jasmine, thank you for coming along, and
thank you.
Over to you.
Thank you for the invitation, and privilege it is to be here. Let's pray. Lord God, we thank you for this beautiful day and for the amazing community that we get to live in and be part of here. Lord, we thank you for your goodness here. And today, Lord, we lift up this council and each person present in this meeting that is about to take place today. Lord, I ask that you would bring this heart of unity in discussions, that each one would have the courage to say what needs to be shared, the ability to share their thoughts and their heart clearly. We ask for your guidance and wisdom in decisions that need to be made. We thank you for the discussions that would take place, and we ask for your hand of blessings upon each one, upon their families, and upon the different decisions that will go into now and into the future. We thank you for each leader and the position that you've placed them in for such a time as this. And I do again ask your blessings upon them now. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, may I put the table about our friend Big Al?
You certainly may, Councillor Watson.
I'd just like to let the public know that Big Al, who I probably call Mr. Capricorn Coast, passed last night, and he'd be greatly missed. And my condolences to Judy and the family. Because he was a really good man, and supported everyone and always greeted everyone with "Al's your pal." And he's a lovely man, and I'm going to miss him a lot.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Councillors, if we move to our agenda here, attendance, we've got full councillors in attendance, and we have our full officers, I think, on board as well. No leave of absence or apologies that anyone like to attend. And we'll move on to number 4, confirmation of minutes of previous meeting. Would someone like to move? Councillor Maynard? You're moving that?
Yes.
Yep.
Both minutes, Mr. Mayor.
Yep. Confirmation of the minutes of the previous meeting.
I'm happy to say.
And Councillor Rees would second it. Any need for debate or questions? If not, we'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Thank you, Councillor. That's unanimous. Item 5, any declarations of interest in matters on the agenda? If you could either raise them now, or if you think of that at a later date of the meeting, one of these please make that aware. Otherwise, it looks like there isn't. We have no deputations that I'm aware of. So we'll move on to item 7, the business arising or outstanding from previous meetings. Mr. CEO, is there anything that you would...
Pleasingly, thank you. Pleasingly, the business outstanding list numbers at 9 only, and each now up for this calendar year. There are a couple that councillors continue to take keen interest in, understandably, but we're happy to take any questions on the progress of those. But yeah, as I say, noting the sort of pleasing reduction in what was a substantial number only a couple of years ago.
Absolutely. Councillors.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, I've got, by exception, I've got three of them actually I want to ask about. Item number 1 is the survey for the Caves, Rocky View, Glenley and Glendale communities for extended weekend operating hours of the Caves transfer station. Under the comments, it talks about a council report will be presented at the July Ordinary Council meeting on the local law engagement plan. What's the local law engagement plan got to do with the extended hours of the transfer station?
I would suspect, without checking, Mr Mayor, I would suspect that's in error. I think councillors are aware that one of the long-standing items on this business outstanding list has been the engagement plan in relation to local laws, and that report is on the agenda today. The item relating to the survey of the Caves transfer station, if my memory recalls, had been dealt with, but I'll get an answer for Councillor Brennan on the exact specifics of that. So that's, I think the commentary relates to the item that's on the agenda later today.
Right.
In relation to the Caves transfer station, I'll provide an update shortly.
Thank you so much. Number 4, I just want some clarity in relation to the multi-year event sponsorship proposal. Now it says to be lifted from the table the 16th of July, but then it also goes on to say Recreation and Culture Committee resolved this matter to Council on the 2nd of July. So why does it need to be lifted from the table?
Thank Councillor Friend for the question, Mr Mayor. So that is accurate. There's actually 2 threads running on that transaction. So councillors might recall a debate at the earlier committee where there was a number of proposals put, and finally the matter was laid on the table. But then there was an intervention at the subsequent council meeting to determine a series of allocations of that budget, and the council meeting can't lift something from the committee table, so there is that administrative loose end to tie up today. So the matter has been resolved, the substantive matter has been resolved, as shown in the minutes, but there is the administrative matter to tie up of lifting that matter from the committee table today and putting it away.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Last one, just out of curiosity, the Infrastructure Committee. So we're looking at the priority projects, Great Couple Island, investment in critical road infrastructure, and Yeppoon Aquatic Centre Stage 1 and 2. And it just says the draft is sitting with the Mayor for review. So I just want to understand the draft of the actual document and where that may be up to. And I suppose I ask you, Mr Mayor.
I'm not quite sure why it's got the draft is sitting with the Mayor. My understanding is we've resolved those 3 items as our priority project. So happy for any insights perhaps from the CEO as to...
Yeah, again, it's perhaps superfluous, Mr Mayor, that the resolution has been enacted, but there is a document being put together for use by the Mayor and others as part of the advocacy on those items, and that's what the note refers to.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Any other questions, Councillor?
Mr Mayor, in relation to the CEO's identification of item number 9, I have no questions in relation to that matter, but it does relate in part to item number 2 in relation to temporary swimming facilities. Is that one superfluous as well now? Because we didn't find any alternative.
Well, I think we're still looking and
so
exploring,
it's still on the board, is it?
exploring those temporary facilities and I'd certainly be keen to hear what has come about from that.
I'll take that one on notice, Mr Mayor. We'll get an update for councillors. As the notes provide, there was intention for a quotation process to be undertaken this month and an update to be provided to councillors next month, but we can get an interim update for councillors by the end of the day.
Yep, most important, that'd be great.
Item number 6, Mr Mayor. We're dealing with the Ocean Park Avenue at the moment as far as traffic matters go, and we obviously have 3 others, Havenswood, Eucalyptus and Cottesloe. We've got a problem on our hands that we need to look at in bulk rather than in isolation, because the same problems are occurring in each of these areas, and we need to look at them as a whole, because our design team need to recognise that we've got one problem now and it's going to be multiplied by 3 more if we don't dive down and address them as a whole. Because as our suburbs grow, so does the traffic, so does the speed, everybody's in a hurry, and what we've got here is something we need to put a foot on very quickly. That's just an observation, Mr Mayor.
No
That's
question
all.
there.
But I think our
Thank you.
General Manager will take that on board. Thank you.
Councillor Maynard. Any further questions, councillors? If not, would someone like to move the receipt of the business outstanding table? Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Maynard. And we'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? It's unanimous. Thank you. Item 8, there's no presentation of petitions. Item number 9, I've just got to check my glasses to make sure I'm reading that correctly. Item number 9, there appears to be no notices of motions. Is that correct? Everybody's got that on their agenda
I
as
think
well?
we better make that
I'm just
a
checking.
first.
I want
This is historic.
thought the CEO may like to make note of that, but
Happy man today.
that's okay. I'd like to send you out on a high just to see you. Okay, councillor reports, there is nil. That takes us to item 11, the committee reports. 11.1, infrastructure committee councillors. So the process is, unless there's anything by exception that you'd like to deal with, so giving you time to consider that. If not, then would someone like to move?
Just one, Mr Mayor.
Yes.
If we're looking at Infrastructure Standing Committee meeting minutes, there is no time frame given on those 5 items, 1 to 5.
So, sorry, there's no
The
time frame.
The trial was for 8 weeks.
Right.
There were, in the minutes, it doesn't make reference to that,
It does.
does it? Was that right?
Point
Virginia?
3, 11.3 and point 3.
Oh yeah, sorry, my apologies, Mr Mayor. Yep, it's all right.
Okay. So you're satisfied with?
Yes, yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Well, we need a mover and a seconder.
Mr Mayor, the protocol would normally be that the chair of the committee would propose those as recommended.
Well, so be it, Mr Mayor, I'd be happy to move that,
So
that the recommendations be accepted by the table.
Councillor Mather has moved that. And do we have a seconder there?
My co-chair.
I wasn't here, that's all.
Councillor Watson has seconded that. Councillors, any questions on that or need for debate? Would you like to speak to that motion, Councillor Mather?
I think if the members have read their agenda, Mr Mayor, there's been a lot of ongoing matters here that we need to trail, and they're important because the public is watching, make no mistake about that. But I think that they were all thought through, and yes, there are complications in each of them. That's why we need to be vigilant and follow them very carefully, because we'll all be receiving phone calls in relation to most of them.
Any councillors want to speak against the motion? No, anyone want to speak further for? No. The only comment I'd like to, in speaking for this, is probably the most controversial, perhaps report on the 11.3 Ocean Park Avenue. I recognise that those people who live in that neighbourhood, who are feeling perhaps somewhat frustrated that council has chosen to, or looks like we will today, potentially, we certainly have in our previous committee meeting, to undertake a further 8-week trial closure at the top end of Ocean Park Avenue. I respect that members of the community impacted by that are and probably have good reason to be very frustrated by council's handling of this, which I take full responsibility. But I believe that in some ways we may well need to take one step forward and then 2 steps back to start this process from afresh and collect the most accurate data that we can to see what traffic movements are occurring within Ocean Park and Central Park, what sort of impacts occur in surrounding suburbs, whether that be Ocean View Estate, which if I could just ask the Director, if I could, Michael, I'm interested to see whether we can get traffic counters placed in some of those other areas where we may see a change in traffic conditions because of the trial closure. Perhaps at Ocean View Estate there, which has been identified that they seem to pick up extra traffic as a result of this closure. So if we could explore that as well, that would be appreciated on behalf of our community. But I believe that undertaking this trial is a necessary step in trying to find the safest possible solution we can for what has been a very complex and conflicted situation, and we don't want to add to that, but am prepared to trial and conclude the trial and see what data comes from that to help us inform the best way forward. So that's me speaking towards it. Anyone want to speak against? Councillor Watson.
Mr. Mayor, I wish I'd been here for the previous meeting because I wouldn't have voted for this at all, simply because we said we'd go back to the people. I wasn't going to bring this up today, I was going to wait for the end of the 8 weeks. But we said we'd go back to the people and we didn't, and we went back on what we said we'd do. Also, I'd spoken to many people in that area, not necessarily at their houses, but in the street, and they were all quite happy with what were they called, slow down things. Not saying that's the answer, but I think we need to go back to the people before we went with the next step, and that's all I need to say.
Yes, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Watson. Yes, Councillor Eastwood.
Mr. Mayor, I was going to call a point of order, but I'll drop that now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
No
I'll
further
just,
contributions?
yes,
Councillor Friend.
thank you. It's come to my attention that in the original development of this particular area, this was a through road right from the get-go, and I'm just waiting for the confirmation of the planning plans. Sorry, just the plans. So I will be voting against this today.
Certainly.
Mr. Mayor, can I just get clarification? If we're adopting the recommendations from the committee, are we isolating the matters from that committee that the members are going to vote against?
Well, if someone would like, if a council would like to deal with it in isolation,
Or just vote against it?
Or-
They could just vote against it.
We'll just vote against the whole thing.
but you're welcome to vote against 11.3, but your vote will be recorded against the committee's recommendation entirely. So I would imagine we'd need to separate it.
So the live motion is to adopt the report of the committee and all of the recommendations. If a councillor or councillors are of a mind to consider an item as we've done in the past, then you would do that with the exception of that item and then consider that in isolation.
Yep. So is there a council would like to treat 11.3 in isolation in order to vote against that? Otherwise you'll be
Can I ask-
voting.
Sorry, Mayor, there's one other point.
Yeah.
Sorry, Councillor Watson.
You're right.
Item 11.3 has been resolved.
Yeah.
It was resolved at committee, so it's not to be
No.
determined today.
Right.
That doesn't prevent councillors from pulling it out of the agenda and making commentary about it and recording accordingly. But that and some other items were actually adopted at committee that day, and that resolution has been since implemented.
Right, okay.
So
Okay,
it does not require
okay.
approval.
Thank you for that clarity, Mr CEO. Councillors, we're all clear on that?
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, so what this particular vote is in relation to is the rest of the agenda items from the committee taking out those that have already been resolved, such as Ocean Park Avenue 11.3 of the committee minutes. Is that correct?
Well, that's what we'd be seeking confirmation
Just a
on.
point of order, Mr Mayor, if it's been acted upon, you can't take it out. It's been acted upon.
We'll just get a comment from the CEO to provide clarity.
So, Mr Mayor, the resolution currently before the council is that the report be received and the recommendations contained therein are adopted. Those that have been resolved are already resolutions of the council, and in this particular case of 11.3 have been implemented. So what's recommended to you is for the balance of those to be considered today and adopted.
Okay.
Yeah.
And to be perfectly clear, the balance of those are identified on page, as in, just so we're sure on what we're actually voting on. The minutes of the standing committee.
Mr Mayor, if I could, item 11.1 was resolved at the meeting, so that's not for determination today. Item 11.2 is recommended. It was resolved. The committee exercised its delegation.
Yep.
Item 3, the committee exercised delegation. Item 4 is recommended to the council today. Item 5 is recommended to the council today. Item 6, exercised delegation, the state election priorities we referred to earlier. Item 7 is recommended to the council today. And that's the balance of the agenda.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
Mr Mayor, I can only observe that the committee system as it stands at the moment is becoming a little confusing unless we get it right.
It was always going to be challenging, Councillor Mather, transitioning to the new structure, and I want to thank the councillors for their cooperation and their effort to try and, make it work.
Get it right.
And so it's not surprising that it's a little bit clunky. So we have a movement, Councillor Mather.
What are we, Mr CEO, what are you saying that we need to recommend today? After all that.
The motion that you proposed, Councillor Mather, is to receive this report in its entirety, the committee that you chaired, and the recommendations, those items that I just referred to that have not yet been resolved, will be resolved today, subject to a successful vote by the council.
Okay, so we are receiving the report and adopting the recommendations of the committee,
That's correct.
including 11.4 and 11.5. Is that correct? They were the only ones recommended.
The recommendations today to be resolved included items 11.4, the road closure application 78 Esplanade Lammermoor, and item 11.5, the Meekable Hill Reservoir roof replacement.
Excuse me, Mr CEO, could it just simply be that, to help Councillor Mather, that we remove 11.3 from it, and then, although at the same time I agree we can't change it, it's already happened. I'm not sure.
Yes, as I explained earlier, that can be done. Councillor Watson, it is of no effect.
Yeah,
but
I realise that.
it can be done administratively, yes.
That's what you're trying to ask, isn't it?
Well, the CEO was about to tell us what we need to do now in relation to 11.4 and 5.
Yeah, otherwise we're going to have to vote individually on all of them.
Proceed with the motion.
Yep, proceed with the recommendation.
Well, I
there.
could suggest that the two members who feel that one matter is not approved, that they just simply vote against it to make it simple, Mr Mayor. It's messy. We've just created a mess. If we don't, we try to isolate everything that everybody doesn't like. I mean, I don't have a problem with them not liking it, but I'm just saying it's just creating confusion for everybody, and certainly the people who are viewing and ourselves. We'll come back tomorrow and say, what did we do?
Okay, in order to, I guess, to clarify what you want to vote on and what you don't want
That
to
we
vote
receive and adopt the recommendations from the Infrastructure Committee.
Yep.
In total. And if anybody wants to vote against it, they can. And
Sure.
in fact, if they want to vote against the others, well, it's too bad. That's the way it's set up.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so Councillor Mayne, you're moving
Yes, Mr.
item
Mayor.
11.1.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yep. We've got a seconder there in, well, I don't know that we do have a seconder.
Well,
Councillor Watson?
Yeah, I was
Yep, you're seconding that?
You're adopting the minutes?
Well, I'm seconding it.
Mm.
Yes.
I just don't agree with all of it.
Mm.
That's all.
Okay.
I agree with the
Kind of-
majority.
that's confusing in itself,
I know,
but that's
I know,
okay.
I know.
I'm very welcome for you to do
If
that.
I hadn't been ill, it would have been a different story.
Yes.
So
Yes.
where are we at? Are we
We're adopting
We
the recommendations
just
from.
doing the sorry, just to clarify, are we just doing the recommendations? Okay, yep,
Yep.
so just the 2 recommendations.
No, all of them.
All of them.
All of them.
All of the recommendations?
All the recommendations. If you want to vote against any of them, you just vote against.
No,
Otherwise, it's going to be strife.
We can't go back on this is part of, I'm sorry, I'm just a little confused, like, Ocean Park Avenue, that's already been enacted,
been
so how can
resolved.
how can we vote on that when it's already happened?
well, there's probably no need to vote on it ultimately.
And they're recorded as resolutions in the minutes.
Yeah,
And
I see
this
that, yeah.
proposal is to adopt recommendations, so that distinction between those that have been resolved and those that remain as recommendations to be resolved today. So that's the recommendation before you is to do that.
And that's only 11.4 and 11.5, isn't
In
it?
effect, yes.
Right. But why then are we doing 11.1?
Well, that's the standing.
So
That's what it
11.1
refers to.
no,
It covers the whole lot.
well, item 11.1 is the covering report that has
Okay.
the infrastructure minutes attached to it.
Yeah.
So it is standalone today, first time it's been considered.
Okay.
It's proposed by Councillor Mather and seconded by Councillor Watson, and that is to give effect to the infrastructure committee recommendations that are yet to be resolved. Those few items that I went through
Gotcha.
before.
Yeah.
The numbering is a little confusing.
Okay. All right. With you? Don't seem confused.
Clear as
Well, 11.1, then 11.4, 11.5. This is what
What you're looking at on the
Remember.
screen, that's the first time you've seen that today. That's the first time that's been considered,
Yep.
and that's simply an administrative report that covers the minutes from the infrastructure committee from a fortnight ago.
Yep.
And if passed, those items that were not resolved a fortnight ago will be resolved today.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
So you have a mover and you have a seconder.
Yep. Would you like to speak to the,
I think enough has been said, Mr Mayor.
nothing's been said,
Yes,
okay?
it's confused.
Anyone want to speak against the resolution? No? No further speakers for, we'll put that to the vote. Thank you, councillors.
Result was carried, Mr Mayor.
Yep, that was unanimous, I believe. So that takes us to item 11.2, Recreation Culture Committee minutes, 2nd of July 2024. After this recommendation, council receives the report of the Recreation Culture Committee meeting held on 2nd of July, adopts the recommendations contained therein. Have we got
I'll move that.
any questions on that, or councillor
sorry.
Walk-on? You're moving that.
Yes.
And
Second,
we have
Mr.
a
Mayor.
second of councillor Friend. Anything to be dealt with in the exception, or you're satisfied to move that in its entirety? Yep. Do you want to speak to that at all, councillor Walk-on?
I'd just like to thank the council for our great debate in terms of the additional sponsorship and just around the Kings of Kings, the great debate that came around that, being able to, you all know what happened previous months, but not to go through all that again, but to be able to recognise Capricorn Village Festival, being able to sponsor them, and just a local event. So there's a chairing that, and I just want to thank all the councillors for their contribution to be able to arrive at sponsoring the Village Festival the way that we did. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walk-on. Any further speakers?
Mr Mayor, I'll obviously speak for it. Very, very pleased with the committee that Councillor Walken and I co-chair, and he did a wonderful job chairing the standing committee that day. So well done. It's just important to understand that the community portfolio or recreation and culture portfolio is extremely important to the livability of Livingstone Shire and the Capricorn Coast, and I think that the officers in this space do a wonderful job. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, any further speakers?
Question to the CEO. Because of my potential perceived conflict of interest in relation to the Koala Hospital, should I be leaving the room while the vote's being taken, because that's included in this agenda?
Is that might be the next one? I
That's
think.
the next one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just flagging that.
Thank you for
at this
raising that,
point, at this
Councillor
point.
Maida. Yep.
Yes.
Yep, happy to for you to address that in the next
I
report.
just need to know whether I need to leave the room at this point in time, if there's going to be debate,
I don't believe we're
or
voting
even for the
on.
vote.
I don't believe we're voting on that particular item in this report.
Well,
Or are we?
yeah,
No.
No,
It's the next one.
it's the next one.
it's in there. Okay.
There we go. Okay. Councillors, we'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Vote is unanimous. Thank you. That takes us on to our next 11.3 Development Environment Committee. We have a recommendation there. Perhaps before we start, I would like to propose that item 11.3, I believe it is, which is the Local Housing Action Plan. that we-
11.2, Mr Mayor.
Sorry?
11.2.
11.2. I would ask that we could perhaps separate that from the reports, because I'd like us to explore perhaps laying that on the table to allow some broader discussion to feed into that really important document. So if I could ask that of councillors.
In relation to 11.3 as a whole, Mr Mayor, item 11.3 on that report
Right.
was the implementation of our Living Coast Coastal Hazard Plan, the CHAS. I don't know. We passed it last week. The only thing I did notice when I was going through the report, Mr Mayor, was that the mayoral spiel on that report was from our previous mayor, Mr Andy Ireland, and so I sort of thought that it might be a little bit outdated before it's even put to the table.
Okay.
I don't know whether that needs to go to resolution or to be changed, or whether it can just be changed as a matter of course.
Okay. Any further items in there, councillors, you want to treat by exception, or?
Just in relation to Councillor Mather's declaration, so on page 5 of the minutes is Councillor Mather's earlier declaration, so the suggestion would be to exclude that from the recommendation, consider that matter in isolation in Councillor Mather's absence, unless there's been a change to Councillor Mather's circumstances in the fortnight since that declaration was made.
Okay. So there we have it. Councillor Mather, you'll be exempting yourself from the room.
Yeah, to be on the safe
Yep.
side, Mr Mayor, thank you.
Okay. So we're going to split 11.2 and 11.3 out of the
The recommendations.
11.1 and 11.2, Mr Mayor. In relation to 11.3, it simply became it was an update report, so it wasn't seeking adoption of that a particular document, as a lot of these things do. Administratively, those things will be updated over time. There'll be a lot of things that probably carry my name for the next little while, and ultimately they will be updated over time.
No worries.
Okay, so we're happy to leave 11.3
We're happy
in
with
there in its current format.
Mr.
Yep.
Mayor.
So we're going to separate 11.1 and 11.2. What about if we were to deal with the balance of them, and then come back to the 11.1 and 11.2?
I'm happy to move that, Mr. Mayor.
Happy to move, so that would be
Yep.
moving
Second
Councillor
one.
Eastwood, seconded Councillor Rothery. That's receiving 11.3, 11.4 and 11.5. Yep. Any need to speak to that at all, Councillor Eastwood?
Not on my side, Mr. Mayor. I'm very happy with the way those resolutions were passed.
Okay. Any further speakers? Councillor Rothery, or?
Yep, I'm good.
Okay, we'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. If we were to deal with 11.1, the request to establish a wildlife hospital on trust land in Glendale. Councillor Mather, I think you're declaring a conflict,
Yes,
or have done
yes,
previously.
yes, and I will vacate my chair,
Thank you very much.
just as long as somebody comes to get me.
We will do that.
Mr. Mayor, just for completeness, for the record, Councillor Mather's declaration in absence is that I, Councillor Glenda Mather, informed the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 11.1, the request to establish a wildlife hospital on trust land in Glendale, as I own a property across the road from the subject property, and as a result I'll now leave the meeting room as Councillor Mather has done.
Thank you very much, Mr. CEO. Councillors, someone like to move 11.1?
Yep, I'll move.
Councillor Rothery, and seconded Councillor seconded Councillor Friend. Councillor Rothery, would you like to speak at all to that?
Yeah, I just want to just thank the people involved in approaching Livingstone and having the possibility of this wildlife hospital in our region, not just for the community but the wildlife in general. I think it's an amazing opportunity and something that this area is definitely in need of. So yeah, I'm definitely a big advocate for this.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? Anyone want to further speak? No, we'll put that to the vote. If you don't want to wrap up, Councillor Rothery. No, we'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? That's unanimous. Great. If we could get Councillor Rothery back.
Councillor Mather, please.
To have a drop bear hospital.
Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Mather.
Councillor Mather will designate you'll be the nurse for the hospital.
I have to learn something about koalas,
I
and
know they're drop bears, not koalas.
Thank you, councillors. Yeah, 11.2, the local housing action plan. I recognise that we have already endorsed this at our previous committee. However, there's just a few items in it that I'd really be keen for us to explore further to add to this document and probably improve the document in many ways to make it a more holistic document. And I guess that's why I'm asking for consideration that we lay this on the table to allow further workshops to occur and look to provide a broader scope for this most critical of issues that we face as a community. Affordable housing, housing supply, diversity in housing, that's what I'm asking for, Councillor.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. CEO. In relation to endorse the CQ Rock motion to the LGAQ advocating support for local government housing resourcing, there was a notice of motion that I previously sent through to you and you passed it on to CQ Rock. When does the LGAQ motions have to be into LGAQ?
I'll double check, but I believe it's August 10, Mr. Mayor.
So basically we need to move on this sooner rather than later. And next week we have a budget adoption meeting. So if these notices of motion need to be to LGAQ, then when do you propose that we have this workshop?
I would hope that we could facilitate in our diaries a couple of hours for a workshop between now and when we would need to make those changes, if indeed the table wanted to. So I think if you're saying it's August.
Mr Mayor,
Resolve.
there's also the option of determining the CQ Rock motion today and simply laying the other matter on the table about the local housing action plan. So
Yeah.
remembering the CQ Rock motion is about the state resource. If I recall, Councillor Friend correctly, that proposal is about the state providing resources in the means of officers based in regional areas to assist with the implementation of the local housing action plan, which is independent of Livingstone's, whatever Livingstone's local housing action plan ends up looking like in its current form or some other. But I still would imagine that the original proposal to lobby the state to provide resources to assist with the implementation still holds true.
Yes, that is correct. Are we able to separate those two?
Yes.
No, that's a good question.
Certainly.
You finished?
Yes, I have. I was just.
Mr Mayor, look, I wasn't here for that meeting, but is there something that you feel is missing in the current plan?
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah.
What would that be?
Yeah, certainly. It's probably, you're right, it is what's missing in there. It's the addition of acknowledging the criticalness of what is our bread and butter type of residential development in Livingstone, which is predominantly detached housing for families, 2-3 bedrooms, 4 bedrooms. Some of the terminology in here, I think probably it misses how important that component of our housing supply is to this region. I would really struggle if we took the priority away from that, or saw that as something that we needed to move away from, without going through and reading individual sentences there. But it worries me that it perhaps, in its aspiration to look for greater diversity, it at the same time misses how important that family 3-4 bedroom, 2-3 bedroom residential component is to our economy and to our lifestyle here.
Mr Mayor, through you, may we have the acting general manager of communities approach the table and so we can ask her some more questions in relation to the plan.
Absolutely.
As she is the acting at the moment in the general manager's position, but she's also the economic development manager, and she and her team have worked very hard on this particular plan. Thank you so much, Sonia. Through you, Mr Mayor. Sonia, the Mayor's brought up the fact that the plan is missing the main points of we still need the 2 and 3 and 4 bedroom houses here in Livingstone. Could you just remind us a little bit about what the action plan?
So the action plan predominantly across Queensland that have been developed, they're more focused on affordable and diverse housing product, which currently we're probably about 8% behind. But the Mayor is correct that in the fact that our bread and butter is obviously residential housing. It's just the fact that the report has been focused on the delivery of affordable and diverse housing and probably doesn't go into the fact that most of our dominant housing product is that type of product. There's some other factors as well. We're currently looking at structure planning and redoing the planning scheme review, so some of the recommendations and actions could probably be tweaked to more entice, I suppose, better outcomes, better development outcomes for residential product in particular, for like dual occupancies and things like that. So there are some actions that we could incentivise through, so I'm quite happy to review the local housing action plan as we work through these next steps, and then tweak the actions to get better diversity of product, but recognising the residential.
That's another question. Mr Mayor, through the Chair. Sonia, how long would this review take to do something like that? Is that a really big job?
Well, I think there's some really, the work that's been done so far is not going to waste at all. It's still relevant and different, and sorry, still relevant and required. We've had some commentary back from our local developer on some incentives that could be considered for small lot housing, for example. So it's just probably including those things. But it is a living document. It can change, and we should never stop adding actions and incentives as they come along. Obviously, council needs to endorse each of those because we're responsible for delivery. But we shouldn't just treat it as a static document that's going to not be changed and updated as needs arise.
When you say smaller lot developments, what sort of size lots are they speaking of?
Oh, 450 upwards. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just a question
Yes.
for you there. So the local housing action plan that's in place, so the blocks are similar to what's current, that's right? Or is it a smaller block that we're looking at? Or is it the same or is it different to what's current?
There's a range of actions in the plan that cover everything from working with community housing providers to get more social and affordable housing to incentivising diverse development such as more duplexes, more multi-units, that type of thing. So there's probably about 30 actions in the plan, and yeah, there's a number of things that councils can do and that we're already doing, like partnering with community housing providers to deliver more affordable housing. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, sure.
So,
Any further questions?
just through Mr Mayor to the acting manager. So, to be fair, it would be good to say that it's that the plan itself is a good plan. It's just a little bit incomplete. Would that be a fair?
I think that we can, as we work through these next steps of structure planning and looking at plan scheme reviews, we can probably tweak it to incentivise more diverse development.
Thank you.
Just a last thought, Mr Mayor. We're going to lay this on the table for a later discussion, aren't
That's
we?
what I'm proposing,
Okay.
Councillor Lady.
While the plan is in the making, my thoughts are that while we are being pushed into the fast lane by Big Brother to create affordable housing, I wouldn't like to see us compromise our current planning scheme or a future planning scheme to accommodate what could turn out to be a disaster in hindsight. Because what we're doing now, we're encouraging people to put two houses on one block. We could end up with a bigger problem than what we've got now. That's my concern. I don't want to elaborate on that, just to make sure that you're aware that while we are being pushed in a certain direction, and it needs to happen, but we need to be in control of that direction to make sure that we don't make a decision or make decisions that are going to be folly later in hindsight. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you for that, councillors, and recognising with procedural motions, there's not really the ability to debate as such, but I welcome your line of questioning, and I think it's paramount that we do adopt a housing action plan. But I would really welcome the opportunity to workshop and consider more information that will provide a broader scope for this housing action plan to target all areas of our housing that we'll need on the Capricorn Coast and beyond. And that residential housing standalone is fundamental to our growth, and it would be great to have that incentivised in here as well. And that's what I'd be looking to explore with industry and through Sonia's team as well. So probably no need, other than just to qualify that we'll have a workshop on this procedural motion later on the table of a workshop within the shortest possible time frame that fits in with Sonia, with your diary and ours, and so that we can actually, it won't be massive changes. It may just be an amendment of such that picks up that particular area. So I don't expect it'll take us too long at all. I think it's actually quite straightforward, but it certainly needs to be, I think, explored So we'll lay it on the table and
Miss-
pending a workshop happening within the next short time frame. Are we talking
I would like some time to do further consultation with some of our local developers on
Yep.
and get their ideas on things. We've already started that process, but let's say within a month.
Yep.
Mayor?
okay?
So, Mr Mayor,
Yes.
with point 1 and 2 of the committee's recommendation for the council to resolve, point 2 is to endorse the CQ Rock motion to LGAQ advocating support for local government housing resourcing. Are we able to separate those 2 points and
Yeah.
vote on that one specifically today whilst laying point 1 on the table?
I don't see that that's a problem. Councillors?
Well, I'll move point 2. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, I'll second that.
So we've got a move in Councillor Friend, second in Councillor Rothery. So we're voting on,
Just point 2, endorse CQ Rock motion to LGAQ advocating support for local government housing resourcing.
okay, so just point 2 there,
Yes.
we're voting, okay? Did you want to speak at all that, Councillor Friend?
Yeah, Mr Mayor, I'll just say a few quick words in relation to this. As part of CQ Rock, this motion is to support, as obviously what it says, for local government housing resourcing. It's not just us here in Livingstone, it's all over central Queensland that the state government have asked local governments to adopt the local housing action plan, but there doesn't seem to be the resourcing to actually undertake the actions within that housing plan. And I think that all over here in central Queensland, and I can only speak for our particular rock area, that we need that extra support. Now, whether it be financial support from the state government to allow councils to have that extra resource in order to undertake the action of that plan, the actions of that plan, or any type of support really. And I think this is a great motion for the LGAQ conference later this year, that LGAQ can then go into bat for all local governments across Queensland to let the state know that we need that added support.
Very good. Anyone want to speak against? If not, we'll put number 2.
Not against, Mr Mayor,
Yep.
not against, just as well as.
You'd like to speak,
Yeah,
Councillor
just
Mayor?
very quickly. Yes, it's all over, Mr Mayor, and everybody needs to do their bit. While we're, in your words, Capricorn Coast, what we need to remember that when we go to one, looking at the plan, and we've spoken to Sonia about this, that we need to look at the northern sections too. They're just begging for attention with that northern development corridor that is just edging to go ahead. So we're not to dismiss that as well. So that we've got a balance of development across our shire. Thanks, that's all I need to say. Thank you.
Very good. Okay. No further speakers. We'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? That's unanimous. If we go back to the item 1 there, procedural motion to lay that on the table pending the outcome of a workshop. Those in favour, put that to the vote. Thank you, councillors. That's unanimous. Okay.
Did you have a mover for that?
Who moved that?
Well, it was a procedural, so I don't know that. I moved the procedural.
Yeah, okay.
And my computer is frozen, so we're going to go off the screen. 12.1 reports. That brings our Chief Financial Officer to the table, Andrea. Over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. Good morning, councillors. So today I'm presenting the monthly financial report for the period ending 30th of June. So it's important to note that these results are subject to the finalisation of the financial statements, which the accounting team are very busily pulling together as we speak. The results as reported indicate an operating surplus of just over $4.4 million, which is down from the previous month, which was 11.9. Overall operating revenue and expenditures still continue to remain within the year-to-date budget forecasts. Of note, rates, levies, charges and fees and charges continue to remain in line with budget expectations, and sales revenue is below year-to-date budget. There are some timing differences which will be corrected at 30th of June between expenditure and the issuing of claims or invoices for RMPC and private works. The operating grant line item did include an estimated prepayment of the 2024-25 financial assistance grant. which we didn't know what was occurring with that until very late in the month of June. So there actually wasn't a prepayment of the financial assistance grant. Instead, there was an early payment in the first week of July of 85%, which means that the timing is now back to the correct financial year, and all accountants around Australia are very happy about that. So this is largely offset by interest earnings, which councils will recall that I've continued to report throughout the year that it has continued to exceed our budget forecast. So it's consistent with previous months and reflected of the higher cash rate and higher anticipated earnings. We did make an additional investment with Rabobank, which is a financial institution which is sole focused on the agribusiness sector, the short term, with an S&P short term rating of A1, so it's a very highly rated bank. So we invested $7.5 million with them for 12 months at 5.25%. Employee costs year to date are in line with year to date budget expectations, and it does include adjustments for employee provisions at half year, which the team will go through again with those. At the time of reporting, there were still some further payroll accruals and leave adjustments that are required to be made, which will bring it in line closer with the revised budget. Materials and services are reported as below budget. However, this doesn't include $15.4 million in purchase order committal. It's likely that some of those will actually relate to goods and services that we're required to order for the 24-25 financial year. However, if accruals track the same as the previous year, which is about $4 million, so accruals is those invoices that we paid in this financial year that we will do accounting adjustments to put back into the previous financial year. They're likely that they'll end up holding true as we've indicated for the 30th of June. Our total cash decreased over the month, which is expected due to the we're in between in the rating cycle. There's no change to the previous month, what we reported being externally restricted. So they've got about $33 million, which is externally restricted. So that means that we've got unspent grant funding, waste levy, and developer infrastructure charges that contribute all of that. Council needs to make sure we have about $23 million in unrestricted cash, so that is about 3 months of, or 4 months of requirements for cash. So if in the event of a disaster and we're unable to generate revenue, we just need to make sure we can pay our bills and employees for about 4 months. That's about that $23 million. There's a $2.3 million reduction in receivables due to the continued payment of outstanding rates and charges. Of note, the outstanding rates of $3.8 million, that's consistent with same time in the previous financial year, with 967 out of 18,538 rateable properties under management. So this is a slightly higher both the number of assessments and overall value under management, which means that we're being very active with our community in getting them on board with entering into arrangements to pay their balances. In terms of our spend, overall, we've got 29% of our spend, including operating and capital, that has been within businesses located within the Shire boundaries. So that's just over $21 million, so that's a significant investment just within our local economy. Our total borrowings, council, should be very pleased to hear that we're under the $50 million, so we're at $48.5 million. And this is largely due to the fact that council resolved to not draw down on our approved borrowings, so that resolution that was made in the previous months. On the capital front, infrastructure charges have continued their trend of being below budget with $2.8 million. Whilst there's not an immediate impact on how we'll fund trunk infrastructure, if that trend continues, it will certainly influence how we source upgrades or renewals or new for our funding of our trunk infrastructure in the later years. Capital expenditure is just under $27 million, or 57% of the revised budget one for that. The current estimates, including accruals, are likely to sneak up to about $27.2 million, and those estimates have been factored into the draft capital works program that councillors have been workshopped through for our budget process to be hopefully adopted next Tuesday. I know that's a lot of information, councillors. I'm happy to take on board any questions that you may have.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Andrea, appreciate that. I've only got a couple of basic questions today, instead of my usual heap of them. So the first one is on page 62, when we talk about there were 4 tenders evaluated and no contracts awarded. Why is this? Usually were the tenders not suitable?
They said that.
So it just means at the end of the month there had been no recommendations being made. So an evaluation process can be quite lengthy. There's a lot of detail, and especially with some of them, they're quite detailed and a lot of information to trawl through. So the tender evaluation group would be in process of undertaking the evaluations.
Certainly. And my usual question at this time every month, Doonside and Werribee bridges. I will continue to ask the same question. This all started by a notice of motion through Councillor Mather in 2020, and just wanting to know any updates, even if the updates are the same.
I might refer to the General Manager of Infrastructure, but I haven't received any additional updates on that one.
Through the Chair, thank you for the question. There was a meeting held with the contractor in the last 2 weeks. The water level in the creeks is high again due to recent rain, so we're working with the contractor to try and get them to change their construction methodologies to ensure that we get the project completed by the end of the calendar year.
And when you mean, thank you so much, Mr. General Manager. When you mean change their methodologies, what does that entail?
Well, there's ways you can hold back the water with different types of man-made coffer dams. We're asking them to explore those things and come back to us with possibilities. It may require some amendments to the contract. We definitely want to make sure we get it completed by the end of this calendar year.
Thank you. And have the persons who actually own that area or need that bridge, are they informed?
I'm not sure how the team have relayed that message back to the teams, to the property owners. I'll take that on notice.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, Michael, thank you. I'd like to follow through on that too, because the side road that they use now, it deteriorates very quickly because of the water movement and the traffic over it, because they're primary producers. And I'm thinking, if this is going on any longer, and it's been going on for too long now, and Doonside doesn't have an access, perhaps we should be looking at the structure that we've actually asked for to replace. Because are we going to look at culverts instead of what we've got? Because holding the water back, you're like, we're not a Moses, let's face it. And that may or may not work with additional costs. So I don't know what the comparison would be with what we're looking at now with amendments, or what we could be looking at with culverts. But we've got to consider everything, because to be leaving these people without any transportation to get across those crossings, it's just not good. And there haven't been a lot of communication, I have to say that. So it would be good if you wouldn't mind just checking to see if that has occurred. And if we can give them a little bit of hope as to what we're doing, because they're probably a little bit like us, and more so because they can't get their stock out. That's what the problem is, and that's their livelihood. Yeah. Thanks, Michael.
Thank you, Michael. Just for Councillor's benefit, I actually rang the property owner this morning just to get an update on the local lay of the land there, and certainly critical to try and get those projects completed before the wet season would be absolutely paramount to them. So
it's been one constant wet season, that's the problem.
So thank you, Michael, for following up with that land holder there. Any further questions, Councillor Watson?
Oh, I think Councillor Watson was first.
We can go to Councillor Walcott.
Thank you. Just a question. Could you just explain to Andrea just the asset sustainability ratio? Could you just help me to understand what that is, the extent to which council's existing infrastructure assets are being replaced as they reach the end of their useful lives is 51%. So what does that mean?
Yeah, so the asset sustainability ratio is one of the ratios that have been around for quite some time. It will be it will also remain under the new sustainability framework as a financial ratio, so it's one that will continue to report against. It looks at council's investment in renewal of infrastructure assets as a proportion of the depreciation on those infrastructure assets. So, and depreciation is the theoretical consumption or of the value of an asset over a 12-month period. So there's lots of things that go into the calculation of depreciation, but essentially what this is looking at is, are you replacing your assets as they need to be renewed?
Yeah.
It's one that's probably not ideal to look at in isolation of a single year. It's probably better to look at over a longer period of time. But Council has continued to report lower than 90%. Under the new framework, our target being a Tier 4 council will be 80%.
So we should be targeting 80%?
Yes, yep. But at the time of this report, we had to adopt the budget for 23-24, which is what this is reported against, and our target was the 90%. Under the new framework, which comes into effect for our budget for 24-25, it will drop down to 80%. But you can see we're still not quite meeting that target.
So what to read that, we're saying we should be targeting 80%. We're actually at 51%. So we're below where we should be.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
I'm quite happy to have a chat offline with you about this. It's probably my least preferred financial sustainability ratio measure for a whole variety of reasons. One of the ones that we will be reporting against under the new framework is our asset renewal funding ratio. So this one actually looks at our investment over a 10-year period of renewal of assets as a proportion of what our asset management plans, which really are the key documents in determining our capital investment into renewal and upgrades of our existing infrastructure.
Okay.
And that one tells a slightly different story to this. What the asset sustainability ratio doesn't do is also, it doesn't flag the investment that this council in particular has had to have in new assets for our growing community. So you'll often see this quite low in shires or councils that have significant investment in growth infrastructure. So they're not renewing assets, they're having to build assets for their growing communities.
So do you see this where we're at 51%, do you see that as an issue, as a major issue, or?
If I was to look at it in isolation, yes, it stands out quite clearly that it's an issue, but you do need to look at it in terms of a number of other metrics. So that's why I do like the asset renewal funding ratio, which tells a more positive story, and the asset consumption ratio, which looks at the value of our assets as a proportion of its gross value, which we're meeting the indicators there. So this tells me that this particular ratio is lower because of our investment in growth infrastructure over the past 10 years or so.
Right. Yeah. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Andrea. Councillor Walcon, this is something that we've been monitoring for some time, and we recognise that it's not the favourite of the financial officer, but it's something that we obviously need to keep our finger on. And further to that, we had an unexpected expenditure for over $600,000 recently, and I don't know whether that lowers that 51% or whether we must add to it to make up for unexplained emergencies like we did. So that's why we need to have it. Needs to be well flushed. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have.
Yes, Councillor. I think Councillor Watson was.
Oh, sorry.
We'll go to Councillor.
No, that's okay.
While you're on a roll,
Gives
go to
me
Councillor
time
Mather.
to recover.
Beg your pardon?
Gives me time to recover.
Right, okay, well, then go back to Councillor Watson.
Through Chair. Andrea, I was looking at on page 74 for the. Hang on a minute, sorry, something just covered the screen. For the fleet renewal annual program, and I see we've gone 366,000 over. Have we bought extra vehicles, or have the cost has gone up?
No, that one stood out to me as well. So the CapEx spent is the total amount that we've invested. It doesn't include the trade-in amount that we get, which is what the budget is set on. So when we do factor the revenue received from trade-in of vehicles, we've actually underspent on them on the budget because we've actually had such really good returns, especially earlier in the financial year, on our trade-in values, although they're starting to not be as high later as we progress through the year. But then again, it's been easier to purchase our light vehicles.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Back to Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm seeing you on 74. I'll stay on 74 for the moment. We've got the waste, water and sewer. Rookwood Weir water allocation, 7.5 million, I take it.
Yep.
I thought we didn't have to put anything into the budget this year in relation to Rookwood.
So this is comparing what was in the adopted budget and the revised budget, and you would see there on the third column over that we've actually spent nothing on that.
Yes.
So because this is reported against the adopted budgets, this is true, so that was in the adopted budget, but we've actually made decisions after that to not proceed
Yes.
with that, but we didn't amend the budget in May, June.
Okay, thank you for that.
Mr Mayor, will you, Mr Mayor?
I've not finished, Mr. Mayor.
Another one.
You're slow. Page 70, Andrea, we've got, you covered outstanding rates. Now, looking at 3, 4 and 5 years, we've got $200,000 there in 5 years alone. I don't expect they'll be probably on a recovery platform as far as arrangements go. And I'm just wondering why they've got to the 5 years, and 4 years for that matter.
Yeah, good question, Councillor Mather. So you know that we do commence the sale of land for a rate of
Yes.
process.
Yes.
It's likely that some of those properties will be going through those properties that we've identified that we will acquire. So those things do take some time. So that's all of those properties at Yamba. I think there's one at Ogmore as well that council will acquire in that land strip. So it's not a really quick
Fix.
process after the resolution. So basically we make the resolution and then we can't proceed with anything for 6 months, and then we take some action.
So those 5 years and perhaps even the 4 years, are they in train at the moment, are they?
They would be, and I'm more than happy to share with the council the details on all of those properties that we do have in those years.
You can understand the 1, 2 and 3 years where you can enter into an arrangement where you can cope with it. But when you get to the 4 and 5 years, you've got no hope of catching up. So if we have to do something about it, yes. Over to you, Councillor. And I'll come back if I need to, Mr Mayor.
Thanks really, Mr Mayor, to the CFO. So, Andrea, total borrowings or our debt stands at 48.5 million. That's great, it's under 50. How much have we paid off in the last 12 months? If you can answer that, I don't know if you can. Bob.
Be 10, wouldn't it? 10 million?
So what page are you looking at, Councillor?
Oh, I'm just looking at the page 66. Just on the executive summary.
Yeah, so at 30th of June 23, so at the start of the previous financial year, the debt levels are at 54.4 and we've come down to 48.5. So we've made total debt service repayments of $8.4 million. So there's a table on page 72 which breaks that down for councils comparing against the budget. So we had an opening balance of $54.4 million. We've had interest charges of $2.5 million, and then we've paid our debt service payments of $8.4 million.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions, councillors? No, if someone would like to move receipt of the monthly financial report, that Councillor Mather, second Councillor Friend. Is there anything to?
Final, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Yep.
Finalist.
No debate on that. We'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Thank you very much. Thank you, Andrea. Takes us to 12.2, I believe. Works for Queensland 2024 to 2027. We've got a recommendation up there with 3 items identified. Sonia, would you like to take us through that at all?
Yes, so through the chair, on the 2nd of July at the Infrastructure Committee, Council has resolved to accept a list of works for Queensland projects. On that list were 3 planning projects which were for planning scheme review, $315,000 allocated over 3 years. What happened when we actually went to apply for them was we discovered that we cannot apply for any projects that aren't on council owned or controlled land. And obviously planning scheme covers the whole Shire. So we went back to the drawing board and revised the projects. The first one aligns with council's priority projects, which is looking at opening up residential corridors, and so the Neils Road intersection was the first one chosen. That's $115,000 for the first year, for year 1. The second one was looking at our accommodation strategy, all of council accommodation strategy, which we've discussed recently as well. So so that's year 2, so that won't be obviously until 26, sorry. And we've already got some preliminary redesigns for that. Now the last one we actually need to change today because we haven't got enough council documentation and materials to actually support that, and Works for Queensland have questioned that. Not saying it's not needed, it's just that we're not there yet. We're going through that structural planning process at the moment, as I said. So that one we're actually going to reallocate $100,000 to the Livingstone landfill cell, which is the major project where the Works for Queensland is going towards. So it just adds a bit more money into that bucket. So I've just updated that resolution there for councillors to see. So Renee has, not me.
Mr Mayor.
Question, Councillor.
Yeah, if I can just ask the acting manager a question. The Civic Centre Yapoon design, whereabouts is that intended to be?
So probably the prime location is actually opposite the multi-storey car park, behind the bus shelter. So that's actually state-owned land. That's for local government purposes.
Yep.
Reserved for local government. So basically, we can build a new library and council accommodation on that land. It's obviously a great location, opposite the multi-storey car park, and it's also got public transport right in front of it. And more than anything, it's in our CBD. So it's about enabling the design of that, which then can be used for funding and projects for funding submissions.
Thank you.
Okay. Question,
Through the
Councillor.
chair, Sonia, if we went ahead with that in the future, what would happen with the current parking? Would that be sucked up by the multi-storey parking, or would we
It
need
could
more
be.
area? Would we go back to where we were across the road originally?
I don't think so, Councillor Watson. Most of the upper stories of the multi-storey car park aren't utilised, particularly up the top. But the multi-storey car park was also designed to be added to if required as we grow. So it can take another 3 stories, I believe, obviously at a cost.
Okay. Thanks.
Would this have,
Further
questions to me?
questions?
Would this
Sure.
have any relationship to the Strand redevelopment? Because I know that they use their multi-storey car park to actually access their units. That was part of the deal.
It is council made, but no, it's not related to that. We're not losing any car parking to the Strand. It's just pure an access.
Not losing it to the, but would be accommodating an extension of the Strand. Would our, any upgrade to our multi-storey car park, would it be complementing upgrading of the Strand? That's just a question you could take that
they
on
have
board
to
and
supply
have a
their
think.
own parking as part of their DA, and Min Apartments, as you would be aware, are quite away from
Yes.
being
Or
done.
anything
But
can
really
happen
it's
with
just
bridges,
an access,
yes.
it's just an access easement that we have an agreement with them to
Yes.
provide, not
Yes.
parking.
Yes. Well, just want to flag that one just the same.
Yeah, it's interesting, if I can, just want to say, number 2 there, I guess the teams identified that is well worth investing design into that site there, amongst a myriad of other sites that have been kicked around over the years. It looks as if there's a desire to invest design into that actual site there.
Well, that is one of the preferred sites. The other one
Yeah.
is obviously the car park next to Town Hall, which is a bit more challenging,
Yeah.
but that's been identified as well. At this point in time, we're not looking until 2026. I'm hoping by that time we have actually determined the preferred site. But I think overall the one opposite the multi-storey car park makes the most sense for the town centre and for parking and public transport in particular.
Yeah, I guess it's encouraging to see. I guess you're narrowing down somewhat and focusing on a particular site to try and explore what designs could come from that, and that's what this is about ultimately.
Correct. $100,000 is enough. I haven't actually got that amount there. It's in the body of the report, but that will be allocated out of Works for Queensland in 2026.
Okay.
Just got a question.
Yeah,
Just
certainly,
want-
Councillor.
through the Mayor. Sonia, with the Works for Queensland, if we go with these projects, just to clarify, are we locked into having to deliver these projects, or is it just, these are just...
These are all planning projects,
They're all
Council.
planning projects?
Planning projects, yeah. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia. No further questions. Would someone like to move Councillor Friend is moving that and Councillor Eastwood seconding that. Would you like to speak to the motion at all, Councillor Friend?
Mr. Mayor, look, this is really important. The officers have targeted these particular planning projects, and they seem to know what they're doing. For the Civic Centre in Yeppoon, I think it's a great area. It's close to transport, and we do need to expand our library services. So, yeah, I think it's great.
Very good. Any speakers against? Any further speakers for Councillor Eastwood?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'll just endorse what Councillor Friend has said and just, I guess, add that, we do need to start planning for the future of particularly our Civic Centre and the East-West Connector Road. The treatment plant, I mean, that's just a no-brainer. It's going to need the money spent on it. And so, yeah, we've just got to endorse this and move on. And it's actually exciting that we've actually, I guess, come to a decision, or coming to a decision that's going to enable expansion. So thank you.
That's really good. Any further comments? If not, we'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Thank you, that's unanimous. Takes us to 12.3, I believe it is, 2024 to 2028 local government grants and subsidies programs. And we've got our director, Mr. Creedon, to the table. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, the aim of the 24 to 28 local government grants and subsidies program is to support councils to prioritise infrastructure projects that meet the identified needs of the communities and support safe, livable and prosperous local communities and sustainable councils. So, previous round of program funding, we were successful in receiving $4.2 million towards the upgrade of the Emu Park sewage treatment plant, which is in construction at the moment, is due to be completed later this year. So it's a very worthwhile program to put applications into and look for funding. Works must be completed by the 30th of June 2028, so that gives us a good amount of time if we choose capital projects to design and deliver, and if we are successful with planning projects, then it gives us a little bit of time to plan those as well and allocate resources to them. So officers have had a look through the funding program and also the projects in our Forward Works program and some of our planning projects that fit this program. And officers are proposing to council today the Shore Avenue Sewer Pump Station upgrade or planning report, which is looking to plan the future upgrade of the main pump station in Yeppoon. It's vital for the future land use and settlement patterns of the Yeppoon CBD area. That project, we're requesting $100,000 in total, so that would be $60,000 from the program and $40,000 of council's funds in 25-26. We're also looking at applying for $5 million in 25-26 for the Tamby Road sewer project, which has been on our books for a few years now. We've almost completed the design and we'll be going out to tender later this year. Originally we were looking at borrowing money for that project, so if we are successful in this application, then that will help offset that borrowing requirement. And the Farnborough Road sewer network upgrade, that's a multi-year project in 25-26 through to 27-28, and that project is in our capital works program to provide say the 1,700 metres of rising main, a new pump station and some gravity main upgrades to improve the capacity in the Yeppoon North catchment of our sewer network. So I'm happy to take any questions and
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Just a couple simple ones. On page 83, Shore Avenue Sewer Pump Station Planning Report. What are the benefits for that one, Michael? How about that? We've got a $40,000 contribution that we need to put in for that for the following budget. What are the benefits for that? Just understand what it's for. That's all.
It's a planning report that is vital for us to understand what our capacity is and when we may breach our capacity in the demand for the network, because that's the main pumping station that takes all of the sewage from the network in Yeppoon up to the sewage treatment plant. As we know, the community is growing, and we can change some of the pump settings in the existing pump station, and that can work for a while, but then ultimately we may need to duplicate the pump station. So it's a very first step of a very early process of reviewing the catchment and the demands, and our water engineers in consultation with some contractors would undertake that project if successful.
Yeah, that's right. In the event that it needs to be upgraded, do we need to put another one in? Do we have the available land to be able to do that, or do we need additional land?
That would be part of the planning project to understand the infrastructure required and when it's required, and also the land availability and so on. And is it best to duplicate a pump station on that side, or maybe
put another one in
site
somewhere
there?
else?
So that's the whole point of the planning
Yeah.
report.
Okay. The other two ones, the projects underneath, we'd be up for $5 to $8 million for that particular budget. Because we've got the $5 million for Tanby Road South Sewer, and the Farnborough Road one. That's $8 million. It's $5 and $8 million respectively for the same budget. It says external funding in lieu of borrowings. CapEx expenditure for 25-26 is $5 million. So how are we going to jump over that one?
So these projects are already listed in our Forward
I
Works
see
program,
that, yep.
draft Forward Works program.
Yes.
So the first project, Tanby Road Sewer, we've had in our program for the last couple of years, and we're finalising design, and we'll go to tender later this year. And we have a commitment from council in previous capital works budgets to fund that through borrowings, and we need to construct that critical trunk infrastructure. If we're unsuccessful in this program, in this application, then we will have to continue down the path of borrowing the money ourselves and delivering it. This is just an opportunity to try and reduce that borrowing burden.
And that's fair enough, because that's our goal, really, to reduce it. But while we've already told Treasury that we don't want to take down borrowings, that's in the immediate future, though, isn't it? We're talking about there, our reporter said that we're not going to we're not going to draw down the money that has been offered to us so far as borrowings go.
For the last financial year.
Yeah, yes. So it's already in the capital works projected budgets. That's in case we can't get any.
Yeah, so our intention has always been to fund both of those projects ourselves, one through borrowing, the other through our own cash. If we're successful in this application, then that would just take the burden off us a little bit. It just helps, and they're quite sizable projects, and they're the general principle that officers use when looking at these grant funding projects is look to fund projects that are already in our pipeline, and these fit perfectly.
The last question: do we have much coming in from infrastructure charges that would offset any of these outlays?
I'll take that on notice.
Yeah.
I'll talk to the CFO and we'll provide an update on that. But every lot that's created
We get
our
something
network has
from
to contribute anywhere between $20,000 and $30,000, depending on the number of bedrooms and so on.
And that would have to be spent in the area of the expansion. Would that be correct?
No, not necessarily. We
So it can be
cross-subsidise
relocated.
networks and so on. It's a general pool of funds that come in from external trunk infrastructure
Yeah,
contributions.
well, one would think, and it's just my thinking, one would think if infrastructure is going to be collected from a development in that area, the need for expansion would come from that infrastructure charge. Not necessarily.
Not always. To a point, it's there is a gap there. Local governments across Queensland have been advocating to the state for many years to try and bridge that gap. We're capped at $30,000 thereabouts per lot, and we know that to provide the trunk infrastructure for a growing community costs between $50,000 and $70,000 per lot. So there is a gap, and we fund that through these type of programs, grant funding programs or borrowings, and we smooth the cost out over intergenerational loans. So there's many ways we can fund things.
All right, thanks, Michael.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Just a question for you, Mr Mayor. You mentioned, Michael, that the Ely Park sewage treatment plant was a grant of $4.2 million. That's correct. I had just mentioned, I had just read in the finance report prior, on page 72, that there was a council forecast an additional $2.2 million for that Ely Park sewage treatment plant. These borrowings are now to be funded internally through other business units. So the internal funding, is this the grant or is this something different?
Oh, that's something different. So I might ask the CFO to come to the table as well on this issue, because there's a little bit of internal workings that have been undertaken with financing on that project. That's okay, Mr Mayor?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so the question is, it's better to use someone else's money to fund our infrastructure projects. The reference to instead of using external borrowings, we'll establish an internal borrowing facility. So that is basically using our own cash that we have, but still applying for commercial principles to the sewer business unit. So they would still be, the sewer business unit would still be paying interest and redemption on a loan, which would be set at the same rate that we would otherwise be paying QTC, but we're just going to be using our own cash. So there'll be a temporary internal transfer from general fund to the sewer business to fund that infrastructure, but to be repaid back to the general fund or general rates over the same period of time.
So the $2.2 million, is that? So you're saying that's our internal funding, not the grants?
Yep, so if I had referred to it in the monthly financial report, that would just be about potential for future internal borrowings. We wouldn't establish that facility until the project was completed, so until we knew the full wrap up of where that project had landed, which would mean that the interest rate would be determined at that point in time based on what the current market rate is from Queensland Treasury Corporation. But if we were to pursue external borrowings to fund that particular project, it means that amount of internal borrowings would be lower. So those charges therefore would not need to be passed on through the sewer utility charges to recover and pay for.
Okay.
Okay, just one question there, perhaps Michael or Angie. So the total's 115 million that's allocated, and that's right across the entire state, is it, of the 76 councils or thereabouts to compete for?
Yes.
And in the past, is it generally that everybody gets a prize, or is there times when we apply and we're not successful at all? Or
I don't know before the last round. I haven't been here long enough, but the last round we were successful with Emu Park sewage treatment plant for $4.2 million, and that was fantastic for our community. As you mentioned, Mr Mayor, it's only a fairly small pool of money across the entire state, so we put our best foot forward with the projects that we know we need to do, and hopefully the business case stacks up for the state to say yes.
Great, thank you very much.
Thanks, Andrew.
Okay, no further questions. We've got a mover we've got Councillor Eastwood's moving that, and Councillor Walk on seconding. Do you want to speak to that at all, Councillor Eastwood?
Not particularly, Mr Mayor, but I'll just say a couple of words. It's 60-40, which is a lot better than a 50-50 contribution. So hopefully we do get the grants across the board for at least a couple of the projects, that would be awesome. So, yeah, I'll just recommend it to the councillors to support this one.
Very good. Anyone speaking against? If not, no one wants to wrap up. We'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Thank you very much. That's unanimous. It is 10:35.
He was very anxious, Mr Mayor, but it is probably this way.
10:35. Would someone like to move procedure that we adjourn for morning tea? Councillor Mayor, I think you've got the call. All in favour?
He's a grandfather.
Back on now.
Back on now, and Councillor Mather, you're moving a procedural.
Yes, to resume the meeting.
Resume your meeting, the meeting. All those in
Commencing at
favour?
12.4.
Thank you very much, councillors. And that takes us to 12.4, fees and charges registered for 2024-25. We have an officer's recommendation there. Is anyone speaking to this one? It looks like Andrea, mate.
Happy to.
Right.
Go straight to the vote too.
Yep.
Councillors, officers have reviewed all their fees and charges as part of developing the 24-25 budget. So, as you'd be well aware, fees and charges can be amended at any time and don't necessarily have to be adopted as part of the annual budget meeting. Often we do amend the fees and charges during the year when new information comes to light, or there's new services, or there's some changes with the structure for that. We are seeking for an adoption this week, which will allow officers sufficient time to update all the various systems, processes, signage and those sorts of things for the new fees. As a standard approach in most instances, fees and charges have increased by about 4%, which was indicative of the March CPI for Brisbane, which is 3.6%, and also taking into consideration the estimated certified wage increase that we have estimated to be around 4% for the next increment. Councillors, there are two types of broad fees. So there are those that are cost recovery only and are generally for statutory services. So these are the types of fees that council can only recover its costs for. Then the second type are commercial or business activity fees. So usually it means that there is a market. So users are actually choosing to use council services using council services over other providers in the market. However, council does have to be careful not to be undercharging and still has to remain competitive and take into consideration for some particular activities around, especially for wastewater and sewer activities, the full cost pricing or non-NCP pricing principles. In terms of the overall budget, the amount that's in the draft budget papers for fees and charges overall is just sitting at just under $6.4 million. And that's only a slight increase above the previous year estimate of about $26,000. So they've taken a very conservative approach in terms of estimating the level of activity within the region, and we'll continue to monitor that as the year progresses. Councillors, you may have recalled in the budget working papers that a detailed version of the fees and charges register was uploaded into the council portal for workshop 8, I believe. That might have had the bit more of the detail of the movement.
Just got a comment.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Eastwood.
Look, fees and charges, yeah, I went through most of them. What I did find very difficult was the actual table of contents and the page numbers. There's no page numbers on the actual.
No.
And it made it really, really hard to follow and check up on things, because the actual page numbers just don't equate. They're just not there. So the page number just goes to the page number of the actual report. So it was really hard to follow when you wanted to check up on something.
Apologies, that might have been cut off with the preparation of the agenda. The benefit of this particular software solution is when it goes onto our website, it's interactive, so people can click on a link and it'll take them straight to those particular page numbers. So a little bit more user-friendly than, sorry, Councillors, what you've been presented as part of the papers today.
Okay.
Question.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Friend.
Sorry, I think Councillor Watson was
Councillor
calling.
Through the chair, Andrea, you were just mentioning about waste disposal going up effectively 8% because of 4% for CPI and 4% for charges and things like that. And on the weekend I did a lot of rubbish to the tip, and I was being green waste. I was being charged $6.50. When I add 8% to the $6.50, it came in at $7.02, but we got $7.50. Why did it go up that much?
So the two indices that are referred to before, they are just two elements that are taken into consideration for that. So for example, services that are more labour intensive, you might see an increase closer to 4%. Those that are more about service with materials, that they might be closer to the 3.6. So it's not adding on top of with both of those. You just need to take those into consideration when looking at the fees. The waste business itself, so we have been going through the process of rebalancing some of those revenue streams for the waste business. And if there's an increase, that is it's the higher the percentages that I've indicated, it's more reflective of that. So just rebalancing to align for the cost of actually providing that green waste service. So when we had Gavin O'Donovan come in and do a whole heap of work about, he knew exactly how much it would cost us to dispose of animals, dispose of green waste, dispose of asbestos and those sorts of things. So it's about rebalancing those individual revenue streams for the very complex business that is waste.
Yeah, it just seems quite excessive, that's all. That's all. Compared
Any
to what
further
we
questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Andrea, I'm only asking this question as it's under my co-chair and portfolio with Councillor Walk-on in relation to cemeteries. So, just out of pure curiosity, on page 163, you've got a reservation for double ashes of $970. But on the next page, you've got, on page 164, you've got a burial site reservation is $960. I just felt that it wasn't comparable for ashes and a burial reservation for human remains. I just wondered why it was very similar in price when you've got ashes this size and human remains as a whole.
I'm happy to take that as a question, but as I had mentioned earlier, the officers have taken into consideration the cost of providing the various services. So they would have looked at the various input costs, so materials, services, labour. So I believe the ashes says a double internment of ashes. So if they have to go back at two separate occasions, it's generally twice as much in terms of the cost, even though the size of what's being interned is slightly smaller. Those are the things that officers will be taking into consideration to build up the costs to recover the cost of what it is costing council to deliver that service.
But now I understand, Andrea, what the council is saying. But if they are paying in advance for a service, they know what that service is. Our staff would know what that service is required in advance. I mean, why would they have to go back twice? Do we know? I think that's worth looking at because, as you say, this much is compared with that much. And not only that, the time taken, the machinery that's being provided, there's a big difference between those two. Can we come back with that one?
Yeah, I'm happy to get the manager of parks and facilities to come back and speak about their fees and charges.
Because when you've got a vast difference, it does beg looking at. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, any further questions, councillors? If not, we've got to move up.
Mr. Mayor, I think we do need to do a press release on this as to what it costs us to provide facilities for waste, public waste, because I can see another Ocean Park Avenue coming up here because we've got a few of these things that are rolling at the moment. And I think we just need to be on the left foot rather than the back foot. So I think we can do a proper press release.
Or the front foot, perhaps.
Yeah, well, I don't. It's more difficult to clean up the mess afterwards, that's all.
And in specific to?
The fees and charges for the waste. The waste.
Right. Okay, we can look into that.
The cost of waste and what it costs us to deliver. I mean, the other day I went across the Lake Mary intersection with Green Lake and there were 7 tyres in the table drain there. I go down the road a little bit further today and there's another 7 on the side of the road. Not that road, but another road. So it's costing us all the time. And people need to be aware. If you're dubbing your mate if he's doing this because it's costing everybody. So I think we need to sort of get that message out there that we're not tolerating this, but it's going to come at a cost to the public if we don't pick up our act and dub in anybody that they know are doing it.
Okay, yeah, I think that's under Councillor Eastwood's portfolio too.
Yes, Mr. Mayor,
Sure
I actually did a interview with Channel 7 where I was quite strong on the consequences and that of doing it if you get caught, and the need to dive in to actually facilitate the people that are doing the wrong thing do get caught. And just tell them when they do get caught, we will throw that.
We were talking about dubbing. I'm talking about pre-warning them about the costs of when they go to the tip next, they'll find changes. To be aware of it, this is what it will cost you because of those people. Yeah.
Mm.
Just to let them know it's coming, because there will be increases. We don't want them fighting with the attendant at the gate,
Mm.
because they find the stress when they start having confrontations as well. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
We only pass on, probably.
But you got to tell them that.
We only pass on the cost of tyres, don't we? We don't add on.
It's another hole in the ground.
Yeah, that's. I hate to think we're making money off things like that, because that's what would cause
Mm.
stuff to even happen more and more.
Mm. Mm.
Because tyres aren't a little problem, because there is an
Yeah.
extra charge for them.
There's a project for you, Rose.
Okay.
There's a project for you.
Do we have a mover there?
Can I ask another question?
You certainly can.
I'm just looking at water connections and disconnections. I would have thought they'd been the same price, but there's to connect water costs you $58, and then to disconnect it costs $59. And if you're in a new subdivision, it costs $615 to connect, and if you want to disconnect, $620. Is there any reason why they're dearer to disconnect?
Again, happy to refer that question
Just
to.
an odd thing, you'd think it'd be the same price.
You would.
I mean, it's only $1 and $5, but it just seems odd that we're not
Why would, it,
following the same thing.
why would it cost more on a subdivision than it would any other household?
Mm.
Well, we can certainly follow up with some more in-depth explanations
So it just,
if the councillors would like
just doesn't
to
seem to line up, that's all.
understand that in the greater detail. Okay, well, do we want to lay this on the table until we
No,
get insights into those various elements, or are we happy to
just
move?
let it go.
Yeah, did you want to move that?
Well, we have to, don't we? To get the budget out, don't we?
The
You need
preference
this
is,
pass to get us through.
the preference is I guess the officers have presented it to us today
Adoption.
for our consideration.
We can alter it later down the track. We know that.
So council does have a fees and charges register, so that will still continue until it's resolved to adopt these new fees and charges. So we are required to have a fees and charges register. Council has that requirement. It just means that any additional revenue from revised fees and charges would not be recovered earlier than the 22nd of July, which was the proposed implementation date that officers have recommended or requested. Sometimes with that dollar difference, it would be a rounding factor, so depending on what the previous amount was, so officers have attempted to round to the nearest whole dollar, so that might be why there is a dollar difference.
It just seems
between
odd,
those two
that's all.
fees. Yeah.
And
That's
then
just,
try
there's
and
lots
read
of line items, sorry Mayor.
Sorry, no, did I read in there that I think on average this year it's a 4% increase as opposed to last year was 5%?
Yeah, that was the guidance that we gave to the organisation. So previous year, because CPI was substantially higher and the wage increase was high as well, that we had provided some guidance with a 5% increase as a starting point to assist officers in their reviews. However, the expectation is that the various budget officers would consider the cost drivers to provide those particular services and build up the recovery fees accordingly.
Mm. And one of the concerns that have been raised is the increase in the green waste charge. Is that,
Well,
which I think is legitimate. Please,
Yeah, yeah. Because
I
they're
must
trying to
admit,
teach them.
I paid for it 5 times in the weekend, $6.50, because I didn't want to use the vouchers.
Mm.
And I thought there was I was okay with that. Looking at what I actually did for that, and I didn't have a problem with it. But I know it's only another $1, but it is another $1, and I understand our costs go up. But I just thought when you said 4% across the board when you did this originally with us, I thought it'd be maybe $7 at the most, And I
What's
know
it
it's only
gone to?
50 cents, but
What's it gone to?
it's gone from $6.50 to $7.50.
But it's still one waste disposal voucher that can be redeemed.
That's right.
For
It also
for
means
that.
our waste disposal vouchers are worth more than they used to be too.
Yes. And I also believe for that particular stream that the fees that we are on a path to try to recover at least the cost of providing that service, which would be why that particular fee is higher than the 4% average increase.
Because of the cost recovery.
We'll be under recovering on that particular revenue
Yeah.
stream for providing that service.
Yep. And the green waste itself to pick up from
It's free.
domestic, it's still free?
Last question, Mr. Mayor.
You certainly can.
Kawonga tip. What promotion or explanations are we giving the people in relation to that?
Which we haven't
The
yet
closure of the tip.
haven't yet made
Thought we
I
had.
thought we had,
Well, I think that gets
There you
better
go.
down
It-
at the budget.
was,
Next week
was it
ultimately.
included in the budget? The tip,
There are changes that, so separate to the fees and charges, which are the report, so that matter has been factored into the budget as based on the discussions that we have had with council. It's in regards
and
to
your
change to that
interpretation
scheme.
of that discussion is the allocation for the tip to remain or the tip to go?
Well, that'll be up to
No,
councillors.
I just wanted to find out where we are with the discussion that we had. I thought it was, we're taking it out of the budget.
Well, all budget sort of deliberations are generally confidential until such time as the budget is ratified.
That's what I'm saying,
and then it
have we done
becomes-
anything about
Then
it?
it becomes public.
Because this time next week,
Public now.
we'll have some questions posed.
This time next week would be the appropriate time to debate the merits of the budget.
Okay, well, we need to talk about it before then though.
We have been talking about it over the last
Nobody,
12
nobody
budget.
seems to know where we landed.
Look, well, if councillors have got any, if they're not sure on things, absolutely, then it's appropriate to ask questions that relate to that, to the contents of that budget.
I did, but
That'd be
probably not.
paramount. Mm.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
Did you want to move that, councillor Maynard, this one or not? Don't have to.
With some reluctance, Mr Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, councillor Maynard. We've got a mover there. In councillor Maynard, we have a seconder in
I'm happy to second that.
councillor Walcon. Thank you. Councillor Maynard, did you want to speak at all to that?
I think I'd just like to see some, get some clarification on the matters that we've discussed this morning, Mr Mayor. I wouldn't say happy, but content at the moment.
Okay. Anyone speaking against the resolution? Any further speakers for? If not, we'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Was that
Unanimous.
just a show of hands? That those in favour? Yep. Thank you, councillors. That was unanimous there, Renee. Okay. Thank you, councillors, for that. Thanks, Andrea. 12.5, I believe, the local
This one.
laws engagement. Okay,
Right.
we're joined by
You
Greg.
need to remember your
Matt?
questions and I'll remember mine.
What are you two gentlemen going to share with us?
Morning, Mayor and councillors. This report is to do with the local laws engagement process. It's proposed to start that process in mid-August and conclude in mid-September. And that's our opportunity to go out to the general public and ask a series of questions and get some feedback on the local laws. I might just ask Renee to bring up the proposed engagement webpage. So officers through our engagement communications team have made a local laws review engagement page. If you just scroll down a little bit, Renee. So it sets out a bit of a timeline in relation to the local laws timeframe. So it sets out, there's a submission form, and when you go a bit further down, it also contains the proposed local laws and the key changes to those local laws. There's 15 proposed local laws in total. There is a replacement local law in the aerodromes local law, but that, however, will probably need to come back into play as a result of council taking over the Emu Park airstrip. And also there's a new local law called vegetation or vegetation management, which is local number 15, protection of significant vegetation. We will be engaging not just on our webpage, but we're also sending out as part of the rates notices in August. If there's a newsletter that will go in there, it will also give you the link of where to go to, and also notify residents or people who get a rates notice of the engagement strategy. We've also included as part of the report all the relevant attachments in relation to the state interest checking, which is concluded, and now that that's concluded, we came back to the table about a month and a half ago, and we went through the proposed local laws. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Through
Thank
you,
you,
Mr
Greg.
Mayor.
Yes, councillor Friend.
Thank you so much. I know the last 4 years and what it's taken to get to this stage. It's been absolutely phenomenal. the amount of work that's gone into it. But I have a couple of questions. On page 214, under local law number 6, bathing reserves and foreshores, there was a suggestion for an amendment from the state that came back to us saying that council may want to consider removing the maps and making them available via the link. Could you just explain that one? Why would we place? Why would we remove the maps? I'm not quite sure. It says here, council may want to consider removing the maps.
We've actually left them in the maps,
Oh,
sorry,
good.
in the proposed local law at this point in time.
Excellent, thank you. I've got just two.
Just for clarity, so that there
Yeah.
was also some clarity on the Gazette notice, so we've
Yes.
left that there. The state said a similar thing, so we've left that there as well.
Fantastic, thank you so much.
So, through the council, we'll just bring up a copy of the map. No, sorry, not that one. The one that's actually in the local law.
Did you want the one in the consultation, Greg? The one, or?
The proposed maps to go into the local law.
I think Councillor Friend's specifically talking about the bathing reserves
Oh,
mapping
that's right,
rather than,
Yes,
yeah.
That's right.
yeah, I was, yes. Just page 215, local law number 7, accommodation facilities. Talking about agritourism, ecotourism, online booking platforms, etc. So online booking platforms, I take it as Airbnb, would that be correct? And so just to clarify, we'll be undertaking self-assessment, not we will, the people with an Airbnb can undertake self-assessment.
That's correct. There's a list of self-assessment provisions written into the local law. So essentially, if it's your B&B or whatever you want to call it,
Yes.
as long as you can tick all those boxes for the self-assessable provisions, you're able to run your Airbnb or whatever it is. But if you aren't able to tickle those boxes for whatever reason, you would be required to get a permit.
Lovely, thank you. And my last question, I'm just getting to the page now, it's page 254, is actually under the engagement plan itself. So there won't be a moment. 244, I'm almost there. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Under it says media spokespeople. Now it does have the mayor's name, portfolio development and environment. So I just concerned because Councillor Eastwood and Councillor Rothery have that portfolio development and environment. So should they be the spokespersons?
Yeah, so at the time when we proposed this engagement, the portfolios hadn't actually been allocated at that point.
Oh, okay.
I'm happy to put their names in there.
All right then. And with a leave of the table for Councillor Eastwood and Councillor Rothery, may I move this particular one because I had been involved in the last 4 years quite extensively.
No problem.
So we have a mover there, Councillor Friend. Do we second there, Councillor Eastwood? Any further questions, councillors? No? Only question I've got there, guys, on page 215, just so I'm understanding, I guess, in terms of what the table's, telling us, the one there about, say, agribusiness and ecotourism, or agritourism and ecotourism. So the Minister has responded with comments which would seem to be that they're concerned somewhat, given the rapid growth of agritourism, ecotourism, online booking platforms. DTIS is concerned that small accommodation providers may be required to undertake significant approval processes and provide significant infrastructure. So is that their comment to what we're proposing in the local law?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And now we're going out to the public to see what their comments are about. And would the public have access to those comments as well?
Yes, so if we just go back to the report, all this table here, along with our second stage, which is checking, will be attached to, just go to, keep scrolling down, see the document library? All those documents will actually sit in there.
It does go on to say though, through you, Mr Mayor,
Yep.
that DTI's request that council consider how small-scale accommodation providers, camping caravan sites and rural land might be impacted by the proposed local law number 7, and recommends reducing the unnecessary regulatory burden on these accommodation providers, particularly where the scale of the tourism business is minor in nature and can provide secondary income to primary producers.
So that's the Minister's comments, and now we're seeking the public's comments to what
The Minister said.
what we've put forward as a draft of the local law, which seems to be, well, the Minister's identified some concerns with that particular one.
So the process after this, once we have the comments back from the public, we will collate them into a table, and then we'll come back to the councillors with those, and then we'll arrive at a final point. That may require us to go back to the state for some further state interest checking. But we don't know at this point in time.
Back to the agri-tourism in particular too, there's other regulatory requirements there. So obviously under the Plumbing and Drainage Act, the Building Act, and obviously also the planning requirements as well. I think that's what the Minister was actually getting at more so than the local law. But the other regulatory requirements are still there under other legislation, state legislation.
But there is scope to take on board. Indeed, if the public's feedback was, indicative of the Minister as well, there is scope for us to wind back that.
We'd have to look at fees and charges under the other legislation, not so much the local law.
Okay. Right, very good. No further comments or questions? No? As the mover, Councillor Friend, would you like to speak to that?
Yes, thank you so much. First and foremost, I've seen a massive amount of work undertaken to complete an overall look at restructuring these local laws. I cannot tell the public enough what an amazing job Greg and Nat and all of the local law ranges and the admin staff have undertaken, along with those that we've partnered with Mackay's lawyers, who were the tenderers for this particular project. I'd like to particularly thank Stephanie from Mackay's lawyers, but I'm very excited about some new local laws that our council have integrated, such as the protection of significant vegetation, obviously deregulation of native bees, so they're not even in the local law because they've been deregulated. That was a wonderful coup for our council as well, and also to include Airbnbs and looking at such like agritourism and ecotourism also. So look, well done to everyone involved. I was so very pleased, and you should be very, very proud of your work that has brought it to this point so far. For those watching on live stream and those in the community, I really encourage you very strongly to become involved and to have your say, whether it be for or against these local laws, because these will be directed by yourselves as well. And so yeah, it was absolutely amazing, and I'm just thrilled to actually be here and congratulate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking against the resolution there? Any further speakers for? Councillor Eastwood was seconded. No, you're right. Okay. Well, we shall put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. And that takes us on to 12.6, Livingstone Shire Local Disaster Management Plan for 2024. If we could, looks like we're going to hear from Karen. Welcome, Karen.
So today I'm presenting you with the Local Disaster Management Plan review, the 2024 plan. The Disaster Management Act of 2003 requires that the plan is reviewed annually. We've done this minor review. The main reflection is machinery of governance changes, and listed in the report there we've listed what the main changes are. The District Disaster Management Group assessed the plan last week for effectiveness. So that was undertaken, and now it is being presented to you for your consideration for adoption today.
Okay, thank you, Karen.
You want to move, Mr Mayor?
Councillor Eastwood, you're going to move that. We have a seconder there. Councillor Friend. Any further comments or questions from councillors to our officer? No? Over to you, Councillor Eastwood, then, if you'd like to make comment.
Well, thanks, Mr Mayor. No, look, it's been quite an extensive review on those particular items. And look, it's been great to be part of the local disaster management group and get an insight into all the great things and the preparedness that this community has for disasters. So, yeah, just put this to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Any one speaking against?
Not speaking
Any
against,
further
Mr.
speakers
Mayor.
for? Councillor Mather.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. As the representative on the previous group, before Councillor Eastwood, I know how much work has gone into this. I know how many people, and Karen and her girls, how many hours they put into it. And they just keep everything on track, so precise. There's not much that they don't know that we can't tap into. And because of the number of groups, the relevant groups that we have, who've always contributed their contribution to those meetings that we have, even though there are some structural changes taking place now, it's a worry. And I think a lot of people are not happy, so I think it's a watch this space and just see how it goes from here. But I'd also like to thank the reps from all of those groups, police, AMBOs, fireys, all of those, and the Coast Guards right through to Karen and the girls. So big thank you, Karen. Job well done.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Just briefly want to comment just how important it is to build those relationships and constantly nurture them and foster them, and that's really what I've seen come through really strongly, Karen, to you and your team. So absolutely vitally important to do so. And there can be a long time in between disasters, thankfully, but one needs to be just eternally vigilant on ensuring that our processes and plans are as refined as they can be. And that's really what this aims to do. So good work, and we'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? That would be unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to take us down to 12.7. The end of year close down. We're talking about that.
Move, Mr Mayor.
And we're going to have a mover there in Councillor Friend. We've got a seconder in Councillor Rothery. And Christy is going to say a few words.
Good morning, councillors. Thank you very much. So this report is presented to councillors for the end of year close down of our council offices and depots. So the end of year close down of those offices and depots is an annual occurrence that we do each year, and we review that throughout this time as well. So the proposed period close down for this year is from midday Tuesday the 24th of December and reopening those offices on Thursday the 2nd of January of 2025. So during this period our staff take annual leave, RDOs, those types of things as well. We still do have a skeleton staff that is available during this period of time and obviously are available as well. As what we have done in previous years, we also do have an after hours call centre that manages any kind of emergent phone calls or issues that may come forward from the community during this period as well, and that obviously notifies the appropriate council officer so that that can be addressed during that period as well. So council, we're seeking support from councillors so that appropriate communications can occur with both the staff and the community in regards to the end of year close down for this year. Any questions?
Any questions, councillors? No, thank you, Christy.
Just one question.
Well, yeah.
If we know, because this is where the problem starts for the councillors, when everybody's on leave and we have a problem, we need to know who to go to, who's on call. Apart from ringing the after hours number, because if they don't think it's appropriate that it's an emergency, then that's where it stops. That's what I'm saying. Because I found that out.
We can certainly provide you through with the after hours officers. That way you can actually contact them directly during that period.
That's good. And that goes for everybody too, Christy. Thank you. Yeah, that'll save a lot of worry at the time.
Yes, Mr Mayor, unlike members of the public, councillors have that rather large list of contact details for a number of senior staff after hours, down to fourth level of the organisation. We would encourage you to continue to use that. And Councillor Mather, as you know, you regularly contact me after hours and on weekends about things.
Only because they're emergencies, Mr. CEO.
That's right.
And you kindly
So you can
respond.
track me down in my
You
phone.
kindly
Yeah.
respond appropriately too, I must say
Indeed.
that.
Run, but you
But
can't
we
ride.
need to, but Mr. CEO, we do need an updated list because people are coming and going. There may be others who are away, so we just need an updated list. Thank you. A small request for a major population out there. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, we have a mover in Councillor Friend, second in Councillor Rothery. All those in favour? Thank you very much. It's unanimous.
Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Christy. That takes us on to 12.8, additional staff resource in the executive office. It's got here that Mayor Gallo is going to provide clarification that the duties to be assigned to the new position created in the executive office on 18th of June 2024. Councillors, I've brought this to the table because it's about perhaps broadening the scope of that role, so it's not so defined in the sense that it's the Mayor's PA. It's actually my desire is to have this position as an additional resource to the executive capability within the executive support. So it won't be primarily a person assigned to the Mayor. It'll be a person assigned to the executive as a whole and able to also pick up the additional load that comes with this current term of the council here. So it's basically saying this position is not the Mayor's position created for the Mayor, but it's broader in its scope. It's for executive support as well, including councillors, and also there to provide additional support to the Mayor in the circumstances that is needed. So it's basically a redefining of the position.
Couple of questions, Mr.
That's
Mayor.
the summary on
Sorry, I beg your pardon.
absolutely no, by all means, Councillor Friend.
So, a couple of things. Thank you very much for your summary there. That does clarify some things here. So then this person, if I'm right, will look after the whole of executive support, including yourself. So this will not be necessarily a person who's going to oversee your digital and media platforms.
No, it'd be within the role to facilitate the functioning of the Mayor and the councillors, and they'll make up part of that team, and their skill sets will be probably varied, but as we know, social media and the digital media is a big part of communicating with our community, so one would hope that, or one would anticipate that they would have that capability, and they would certainly be able to be effective in that space, most definitely. Yeah.
Okay, and certainly because it was only on the 18th of June that we resolved for this extra person, for you in particular, for the media and digital platforms, should that resolution be rescinded first?
Should it be rescinded? I think if we support this change in 12.8, it will supersede the previous definition, I guess, that was provided in that previous role. This will form this will infer what is the new position. So there won't be two positions. There's to be one position, and this is, as it's articulated here, this is what that new position would look like in resourcing the executive team.
I'm happy to move that, Mr. Mayor.
Question there. Question to Councillor Walcott.
Yes, maybe to the Mayor or to the CEO. Do we know whether this position is required? Is there like a heavy load on the current staff that's maybe involved with that? Would you be able to provide some explanation around that?
Yep,
the CEO
certainly.
or
Contribute if you wish, Mr. Mayor. I think most councillors have probably observed there has been a bigger draw on the executive support resources post election, just given the makeup of the new council and perhaps some of the expectations about the support that's required. That's what I guess was the basis of the report that was presented to you last month, where the council resolved to increase its establishment by one. Since then, the purpose of today's report, it's for reception only, so there's no real decision to be made. There was to be some clarity provided around what the function of that was, and the Mayor particularly wanted to assure councillors that the role was there to support the entire council body and not solely the Mayor.
And is there someone, do we have staff that are in similar roles already providing this function at all?
So there are 3 positions in the office at the moment. This would be a 4th. That's the resolution that was passed last month.
Yeah, okay. And the feedback that we're getting from the current 3 is saying that the workload is too much for 3. Is that
That's
what we're getting?
Is that a question, Councillor Walker?
I'll wait till, I'll say why. I'll wait till.
And just to provide comment there, I guess, Councillor Walker, the important thing for me is to see that the executive support team is well resourced to be able to cater for the demands of the entire councillors and mayor, not to take from the executive support and empower the mayor as such, but this position is about both your councillors and your mayor being adequately resourced, and the current capability in there is really crying out for additional support.
Some strain sort of thing.
Absolutely. And that's, I guess, indicative of this new administration, the new councillors and the new mayor. And the last thing we want to do is put that small team, which is so important and essential to the interface between the public and councillors. It's so important that small group are adequately resourced so that not only that we can do our jobs, but importantly we don't overburden them with the amount of workload that we bring into that office every single day of the year virtually. So, yes, Councillor Walker.
Is it a full-time position?
Yes.
Yes.
It'd be a full-time position.
That's correct.
Yeah. As indeed the 3 that are currently there are all full-time.
Yeah.
But most importantly, it's about empowering not just the mayor, but also the balance of the councillors as well, included in that role.
Mr.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes, Councillor Moder.
the previous position that the member referred to earlier, that was a meeting I think I was not here for. And I'm just wondering, to make it clear that it's not 2 jobs, 2 positions, that be clarified by adding on to be received, and say that it is exactly the same position that was referred to back in the meeting of whatever it was, June, to show that it was one and the same position.
And how would you like to see that reflected in the resolution?
I wasn't here. I don't have those words in my head.
Mr. Mayor, perhaps
Yes,
I may add to that with
Please
your
do.
leave. So, be received to start that the resolution of the 18th of June be rescinded and replaced with a additional staff position created in executive office to be received. And that way it's clear. The decision of June was to actually have this extra staff member for the mayor, specifically for media and marketing and everything else. However, if we can rescind the 18th of June and replace it with this particular position, then it should be clear.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor, I don't think we need to rescind it because it's one and the same position. If we rescind that,
It's
It's
changed
not.
slightly.
It's the
because I
criteria
wasn't
has
here, so I don't
changed.
It
have
has
to-
changed.
The criteria has changed.
Well, maybe we need to leave that on the table till later in the meeting, Mr. Mayor. If we need to clarify it further. I don't know if a rescission is needed. I don't have the words.
Okay, we'll just park that there. Councillor Walcott.
So will the new position cover the media and marketing that's required? Do you need someone to cover that media and marketing?
It'd be within their scope to have the capability to delve into that space. I guess to the extent is yet to be determined.
Yes.
In terms of percentage but it would be within their capability to be able to perform that function on as needs basis, I guess.
So within the job description, it can have an outline of being able to cover that to ensure that happens.
Yes, my observation, Mr Mayor, is certainly that the new mayor has a larger requirement for support in that space, so there would be we would be making it clear to candidates that capability in that area would be a benefit.
Great. All right, that'll cover that.
Mr Mayor?
Yes,
was the description that was put forward in June, the meeting I was not here for, is it different to what this description is now?
It's probably broadening it so that it picks up the councillors as well. So this is actually about empowering the executive support team to be able to cater for additional workload that the councillors bring as well. So without...
I understand where the rescission proposal was coming from, but if it's broadening the responsibilities of the June meeting, we just need to show that here, that after the word received, find the appropriate wording. I haven't got the wording, I don't know what it is.
I was quite happy with the original, but...
You're quite happy with... What about we test the original?
Yeah.
And if that's satisfactory to the majority, well, that can cover it off. And if not...
Well, if they're different description, job descriptions, we need to synchronise them and have them both on the same plane. That's all. And we just, if it needs tinkering with a little bit of wording here, to say that this is what we referred to in the June meeting.
So the original motion, how did the original motion read?
Just down the bottom, the council increases its full-time equivalent.
That's the previous one, but the motion for today originally is that it there unchanged there, Renee?
That's
Let the report regarding additional staff position created in the executive office be received, and so the report explains.
The report was intended to provide clarity.
Yep.
It perhaps hasn't necessarily achieved that in some people's eyes. It is the case that there is not a need for a decision or to rescind an earlier decision. We don't ask the councillors to approve position descriptions across the 400 strong workforce. There has been a position created. Subsequent discussion with the Mayor has made it clear that the intent is broader than what was contemplated initially, but that doesn't change the decision to create the position. The intent of the Mayor's report today was to provide clarity about the broadening of that role. I think the public record shows that now.
Okay. Well, let's test the original.
I think the offending words in that original motion in April, to accommodate a dedicated resource to support the Mayor's communications. And I think
today's
that's
report by the Mayor is to clarify that.
Yes. Yes.
That's the intent of today's report.
So Mr CEO, you're saying leave this April resolution as it is?
You can't change that, Mr. Mayor.
Well, no, you can rescind it though, if it's going to conflict.
Well, we deal with today's...
I'm simply saying it's unnecessary, Councillor
I was
Mayor.
just going to jump
Well,
over.
if people read it, they've got two different interpretations. That's what
I'm the one that has to implement the resolutions, and I know what
Well, you're not the one that have to pick up the phone at night time when everybody starts ringing up and asking questions. Except me, of course.
Except you, Councillor Mayor.
So look, I'm happy to put to the table the resolution that's before you, and the report explains what the change in the position is, without complicating it any further. And we'll see what the majority of councillors want to do, and if that's unsuccessful, then we can amend and fiddle with the words for as long as is necessary. But so we've got a mover in Councillor Eastwood, a second in Councillor Rothery. Did you want to speak to the motion at all? Or?
Yeah, I think that we've made this a lot more complicated than we needed to. This was just about clarification of a previous decision that we've made in regard to this extra staff member. I think the Mayor has made that very clear in his report, and this is just about accepting that report and the clarification that he's given. It's as simple as that, guys, and I ask that you would support this.
I'd like to speak for as well. I'd like to just, Chair, I'd like just to, we since being in this role as councillor, I've had nothing but politeness, courtesy from the staff there already, and always knowing how busy they already are, and always needing information, general knowledge, anything done for myself or obviously other councillors, they're more than happy to help out, knowing all along they're fully busy themselves. So I think an extra position to just help out on there, so it's not a, they're always behind in that. So I'm for this for the reason that knowing how busy they are, the amount of work they do, and the support that we've asked for, and they've courteously supplied that to us, I'm for this position.
Anyone speaking against, councillors?
Amended motion, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Maida.
I would just like to add to that. I'll read that first.
So you're flagging a foreshadowed motion effectively.
It's an amendment. It's an amendment.
You're proposing an amendment?
Yeah, I'll leave that as it is with a little bit tacked on.
Well, you can propose your amendment.
I think you'll like it.
Beg pardon?
I think you'll
But we'll test the will of the table and see if this
table.
current resolution is satisfactory. If it's unsuccessful, then we can also always consider your amendment.
I'll go to you later. That the report regarding the additional staff position created in the Executive Office be received, my bit, to accommodate the additional administrative needs of the Mayor and councillors.
Okay. We'll go to the mover there, Councillor Eastwood. Would you like to consider the amendment there? And what was the wording there, Councillor Maida?
To accommodate the additional administrative needs of the Mayor and councillors.
There we are, Councillor Eastwood. What's your thoughts on the amendment there?
Unnecessary, but I'll go along with it. But
Does that mean you're seconding it?
well,
He's already moved it,
so
Oh, okay,
I
you
do
can't
believe
say-
it's
yeah,
totally
okay.
unnecessary and complicated it, but here we go. I'll go along with you just so we can get this thing happening.
Okay, with those amendments included into the resolution there, Renee, have you got clear? Yep, thank you very much. Thank you to all councillors for their contribution. And with those changes being made, we'll did you want to wrap up, Councillor Eastwood, or not? We're going to put that to the vote.
Can I speak to the motion?
No, I'll be surprised if it didn't get up, but I've been surprised before.
Okay.
Can I speak to the amended motion?
You can say
Okay.
absolutely.
Mr Mayor, that resolution as it stands doesn't describe anything. It just makes reference to a report. And if people are reading the minutes and don't know what the report says, they wouldn't have a clue what it's talking about. All this is doing is adding a description to say what it relates to. And I've tried to keep it as clear as possible, no fuzzy words.
Thank you for that amendment, Councillor Maynard. Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. We'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Excellent.
Thank you, members.
Thank you, councillors.
A little bit of exercise there.
Okay, that takes us on to 12.9, contract staff remuneration. We've got, anyone speaking to that? Mr. CEO?
So two separate items, Mr Mayor, captured in the one report. If I take the second first, so we did present a proposal to make amendments to the motor vehicle allowance for the standard contract staff remuneration policy. There was an error when that was presented. It nominated 20,000 kilometres per annum rather than 25,000 kilometres per annum, which alters the intent of what was done there. So recommendation number 2 recommendation 1 to you is to remedy that error, and that's what's attached to your report. The second item in this report brings up discussions that I had with councillors back in April about the current market for contract staff salaries and the work that we have had done in recent times. And given that the council's about to go to market for at least 2 of those positions, I thought it timely to point that out and get the brought to the council's attention, my intention, or those that come behind me, to bridge that gap in a sequential sense over the next few years, but beginning with the next increment that's due on the 1st of January 2025. I have provided to councillors the 3 different publications where we've benchmarked salaries for here, and that's demonstrating that whilst it is this council's intent to be at the lower end of the remuneration scale, even against that reasonably low benchmark, we are between a further 15 and 23% behind that mark. And I think, and obviously I have no particular axe to grind with this matter given my pending departure, but I think it is a risk that the council confronts if it doesn't remedy that issue, not only for new people coming on, but for those who are here, and as the proposal in the report it is to remedy that over a period of time, then I think you risk losing some of those staff or not attracting the candidates that you wish to.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Questions, councillors? Councillor Walk-on.
Just got a question through the Mayor, CEO. So that 15 to 23%, is that, so when it's the lower mark, is that the lower mark against shires that are similar to Livingstone?
Yeah, so Mr. Mayor, in response to Councillor Walk-on's questions, I'll provide you 3 different reports, and they each have a slightly different methodology. So certainly the one provided by Reinforcements is a sample of what used to be called Category 3 councils in Queensland.
Yeah.
So they are places like Western Downs and Whitsunday and ourselves, and Gympie was on that list. And that sample group is shown in that report. The Mercer and Macarthur additions are a much broader nationwide sampling, so it's not as specific to Queensland councils. But in all cases, and that's where that range comes from. So some nominate could be as much as 23%, others 15%. But generally speaking, across those 3 different reports, it shows that we're behind the mark, and the mark is already the 25th percentile, meaning that 75% of organisations pay more than what we do. And that's okay. We've made an open-eyed decision to be at the lower end of that scale, given our ability to fund those things. But notwithstanding that initially low benchmark, we are a further 15 to 23% behind that already low mark.
Or even below the 75?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Or below the 25th percentile, yes.
Oh, 25th.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor,
Okay,
question.
thank you.
Yes, Councillor Wayne.
Do we have a time limit that this needs to be resolved by? Because I'm thinking it's quite a complex thing. We've been through this before. It ended up in a terrible mess a little while back. So I just want to be sure that everybody understands. And I take on board what the CEO has said about the risks attached to we're being below the bar as we stand. I just thought there might be an opportunity between now and whatever time, week, fortnight, whatever, to actually draw down a little bit so everybody understands what we're doing. Because it is a public talking piece out there. We know what our responsibilities are, and we know what our staff are entitled to. So I think we just need to be sure that when we make a decision that we totally understand and endorse it.
So you're...
I'm just wondering if it could lay on the table.
Perhaps.
Sorry?
If I could make 3 observations perhaps.
Yes.
So the workshopping that you want to do, Councillor Mater, is what we did in April. and I said to you at the time that I will bring this to you later in the year about budget time. That's what I'm doing today. The second, if you read what the recommendation is, it's not asking the council to take any action other than to note that it is the intention of the CEO to bridge that gap over time, commencing on the 1st of January 2025. In the coming weeks, you will have an agent come to you and start talking about recruiting the CEO role. One of those conversation points will be what salary is going to be, and the council will have a live case where it can determine where it wants to sit on that scale, and that will inform subsequent decisions then about filling the General Manager Communities position and any others that are necessary in time. This simply says that in parallel, the CEO, me and those that come along behind me probably intend to remedy that gap over the next 3 years.
I understand that. That's what you're there to remedy things, that, without any doubt. I'm not negating the need to do it. I'm just looking for space. I know we might have dealt with it. There's a lot of water goes under the bridge between there and now. And we've got new members on board too. It was just an opportunity to understand, that's all.
But it happened in April.
Yeah, I know.
Well, the election happened in March.
Yes, I know that. A lot happens. You can't expect new people to sort of pick everything up. With everything being bombarded at that time, they're trying to take everything in. And I know what I've been through with the previous problem with the contract, so I'm not going to treat it lightly, put it that way. But I take on board what the CEO says about risk factors and entitlements.
I guess the question I'd probably like to explore, I guess, is the term where it says to bridge the gap.
Yeah.
What does bridge the gap actually mean? And that's probably the uncertainty as to understanding how far apart you are in that gap, and when does that gap close to the point that you've bridged the gap? What is bridging of the gap look like, I guess?
If that's a question to me, Mr Mayor, the Council's current published policy is to pay at the 25th percentile of the benchmark range.
Yeah.
The reports I've provided to you show that we are paying people between 15 and 23% below the Council's policy.
Right.
And it's my intention to remedy that over time.
To get it to the 25%?
To get it back up to the 25th percentile over the next 3 years. Okay,
and I guess in supporting this motion, that sets in train that action as such, as an action to be...
The action's underway. I'm signalling to you publicly that that's what I intend to do. The recommendation doesn't ask the council to endorse that action, support that action, alter its policy, do anything else. It's simply a public statement of we are not currently honouring our policy, and I intend to fix that.
Okay.
But Mr CEO, but that's just not relating to money. It's related to other things as well.
In this case, it just relates to salary. The council's published policy is to pay the 25th percentile, and we're not doing that.
But you've got other things in here that are part and parcel of the contract.
Sorry, and yes, in relation to my earlier discussion,
I'm not looking at the money side of it all.
Tidying up an error from last meeting, yes.
Yes, just looking at the whole thing in total, that's all. And I thought another week or two, if we can get together in that time. We've got something else pending. We fully understand it. Because like I said, I don't want to go through like we have gone through before, where we've left it to somebody to do. I'm not saying you can't do it. We left it to somebody to do, knowing that, or thinking everything was fine, and it wasn't.
Well, I guess ultimately it's our decision to make as a board in terms of the remuneration of your CEO and your senior executives. That would be...
That's correct. So the CEO's determination, as I said, will be made in the coming weeks. In relation to the balance of the staff, you already have a policy. That was the reason for introducing it. I know the case that Councillor Mather is making reference to, and the whole reason for introducing that policy was to give the council more fingerprints on those things, to protect against a repeat of that apparent circumstance. And it says we will pay at a certain level, and we're not currently doing that.
The question is to see, bridging the gap, over what period of time will that bridge be complete, and is it factored into the budget now? Not the new budget?
3 years and partially.
Okay. So yes, partially. But this term, over this term.
This term of the council, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I'm happy to move this.
You happy to move that, Councillor
Second,
Walker?
Mr.
Yeah.
Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Friend seconding it. Would you like to want to speak to that motion there, Councillor Walker?
Oh yeah, I just think it's something that that needs to be reviewed, and there's a time frame over that, and you know, I think everyone, doesn't matter what role you're in, whether you're in the top executive level, whether you're not in the executive level, I think just everyone likes to be paid fairly, and so everyone wants, it's the Australian spirit of everyone wants a fair go and fairness, you know, across everything, and so this is sort of part of it, and I just think something has to be, you know, go down the track of reviewing this and bringing our staff up to you know, to where they should be.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Walker. Anyone speaking against the
I'll speak
resolution?
against Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I'm not against it in principle, but I would just like to have another meeting that we could actually drill down and everybody understands what we're dealing with. And if they feel comfortable about voting on what they've got, that's fine. I've been there, done that. I know what I need to do, that's it.
So would it be a case of maybe introducing additional wording into that
No,
to capture that?
I would just like to lie it on the table till we have an opportunity, which might have been in the next week if we've got something going on, to spend a little bit of time in isolation
Okay.
to look at it in total, not just the monetary side of it. I don't have a problem with that.
So would it be the case perhaps of splitting this into two motions and dealing with item number 1 separately, and then item number 2 you'd like to lay it on the table to have a workshop on it?
Yeah, just have the first opportunity when we've got something coming up. Can you give us a bit of an indication, Mr. CEO, even though you may not be here, as to what we have coming up in the next week or two? I'm looking at soon, not months from now.
I'll give you two responses, Councillor Mather. We're probably not confuse the budget meeting next week with this. Usually once the budget's adopted there's a bit of a flurry of activity after that, so we probably wouldn't tack it on to that if you're looking at something in the next week. But can I say, if the council doesn't adopt recommendation 2, that's okay. It's as I said, I wasn't asking the council for endorsement or action or the like, simply to note that I was intending to do it. If you prefer not to note that I'm doing it, that's okay, and we can still arrange administratively for the acting CEO to do a workshop with you on these very things, as we did in April. Absolutely happy to do that. So if you want to just consider recommendation 1, and then we will do the rest of it administratively.
I'm not trying to suppress information that we
Nor are we.
need to have.
No.
I'd say we've been far more public about all of this stuff over the last few years than we have in history.
Yes.
So there's a potential perhaps, Mr. CEO, to deal with item number 1 separately there.
Yep. And leave item 2 out.
Or even still have item 2 there, but refer it to a workshop with the new acting CEO to lead the discussions or something along those lines.
I see the acting CEO nodding his head that he's going to do it. If you want to have it on the record, fine. As I say, it can just be done administratively.
Yep. Perhaps on the record there it is more accountable and
Yes.
transparent in that way. So, okay. So just to refine a bit.
If you want to resolve the first item, Mr. Mayor, and I'll get the second item sorted for you.
We'll do that. Okay, councillors, we've got a mover in Councillor Walker, second Councillor Friend for the first part of that resolution.
I'd like to speak to it, Mr. Mayor.
You'd like to speak to it? Certainly.
Yeah, for a long time we have been paying a lot less than other councils our size. We did resolve to do this in the last tenure. We were hoping that we would gain the quality staff that we do already have and new staff by the livability of our beautiful Shire. However, we also need to look at this remuneration policy and package for any staff that we may be able to obtain in the future. And I agree with Councillor Walcon when saying it's only fair and equitable that this policy is updated to reflect that. I mean, if we are in the we want it to be 25%, and currently we're paying 15 to 23%. It is under. So I agree with Mr. CEO and back this 100%.
Okay, and that would be sort of speaking to perhaps number 2.
Well, speaking to number 1 and number 2 and number 1 OIC. My
Okay.
apologies.
No, that's okay.
My apologies.
Well, we'll put you down perhaps if you like as a move for moving dot point number 2, which has just changed to 3.
Yes.
Happy to move that as a separate one. And have we got a seconder for that?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Councillor Rothery's going to second. So moving Councillor Friend, seconder and Councillor Rothery. Perhaps we'll just deal with that one and we'll go back to number 1. Those in favour?
Sorry, which one is that? Sorry.
The second one,
Second one.
which Councillor
Are we
Friend's just
going
spoken
to
to.
the second one first?
Yes, given that Councillor Friend has just so eloquently spoken to it, we can stay on that train and deal with that first. Does anyone want to speak against the resolution number 2? No, we'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Thank you very much. And we go back to number 1. We've got a mover in Councillor Friend, also in Councillor Rothery. Either councillor want to speak to that? Anyone want to speak against? No. So the resolution there adopts the revised contract staff,
Correct.
which corrects the motor vehicle allowance calculation presented in error on the 18th of June 2024. Those in favour? Thank you, councillor. Thank you, Mr. CEO, for that. Okay.
You're in trouble.
Snuck in.
We all good over that. And Councillor Walker, did you get short-changed? Did you?
I didn't get short-changed in my speech.
You've got to be quicker. Please speak up.
Back to scratch, mate.
Or forever remain silent. Pardon me. Okay, number 13 there, guys. We've got nil audit risk and improvement committee reports.
Mr Mayor, if I could, there is one
Pardon me.
in relation to that. We passed over leave of absence this morning without me noting Councillor Watson had given notice of some leave that he was seeking. We call those up, Renee. So apologies, this should have been done at the commencement of the meeting, but Councillor Watson and I believe there's a couple, at least one other, had sought leave of absence for upcoming.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there was a small leave of absence from myself, but I don't think it covers a council meeting either, but it should be noted, I suppose.
We can do that if you wish, Councillor Friend.
Thank you.
Important if you are going to be absent from a council meeting that you get leave of absence approved. If you're just going to be out of town for a day or two, then it's not as big a deal, but if we're doing this, then you can certainly have that included.
Sure.
Mr. CEO, Councillor Watson told me he would be going away. He's taken a leave of absence. It's on the day that he is to chair the infrastructure committee. And I said, I wish I'd have known that because I may not be
Very
here.
nice to you then, Councillor Mayor.
No, I may not be here, Mr. CEO.
Right.
I'm going to be doing a tap dance with the hospital, not for me, but somebody close to me.
Well, standing orders do contemplate the appointment of a chair in the absence of the normal
Yes,
chair.
I thought if I needed to, I could ask the Mayor to generously.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look
No,
after
by all
that.
means, if you've got the need to do that, we can certainly cater and cover that.
I'll deal with that as closer to
Absolutely.
it.
That's in
thank
the
you.
Deputy Mayor's responsibility, I think, in the policy, so that'd be good. Okay, so what have we got there? Councillor Watson, you need me to say why or seeking? No, I don't believe so. But that's accurate there from the 1st to the 15th.
Yep. And
I see that I've got something up there. If we could scroll down just from the 9th to the 14th. Okay. And Councillor Rothery from the 13th to the 22nd of September.
Does this cover the standing committees as well, or just?
Yeah.
Just any meeting, any of the first or the third Tuesday.
Oh, okay.
Don't leave
So I should
town.
have done the last one.
No, well, you were here, you just.
I wasn't for yours. It's on the part way.
But you put
You
the
had,
apology.
you had given notice.
I didn't know this.
Yes.
And we noted accordingly.
Ah.
Okay.
Don't leave town.
No
You're
further
fucking young.
need for any additions to that, or? But by all means, if you'd like to put in, we have the need for putting in leave of absence. that's the process to do so. Or,
Mr Mayor, I'll be away, but it doesn't incorporate a council meeting or a standing committee meeting.
okay.
From the 25th of July to approximately the 30th of July.
And would you like that captured in there,
Oh.
Councillor Friend? Or?
It won't really matter.
Okay.
It's doesn't really matter.
Okay. Well, we will leave it at that. Someone like to move?
I'll move it.
That. Councillor Walker moving, Councillor Maida seconded. Probably no need to speak to that. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you. That takes us to urgent business, I believe. If we scroll down, is that next on the list, Renee? I think it is. Is there anything that councillors would like to raise under urgent business?
I would, Mr Mayor,
Is it okay? Let's assess whether it's urgent.
or it's urgent. Ocean Park Avenue, Mr Mayor.
Right.
Even though we've got the trial going on at the moment, councillors are receiving lots of phone calls. There's a lot of sort of distress, unhappy people. Some have received letters. I don't know whether they've all received letters, Michael, but I think we either need to make another press release, or we need to meet with delegated people who want to talk to us to get the word out. I think we just need to put the damper on.
Okay. We can look at that
Yes.
operationally through
Yes.
that.
I think there's, because
Maybe
it's,
we need to let it run its 8 weeks.
That's what I think.
yeah, you don't
Mind
leave
the
it, you
resolution.
don't leave it run there like this. There needs to be communication in the meantime.
They know it's an 8-week trial.
We've
They
already
know that,
voted
they know
on
that.
it, yeah.
So is there well, I guess the ability to do operationally a media release is certainly something that we have within our capability. Don't know that it needs an actual resolution of the table though.
No, just, you said urgent business, and I feel that that is urgent because it's causing a lot of distress to a number of people. I mean, we've got an estate that's divided into two,
Mm-hmm.
and we
Yep.
need to bring them together with
Yep.
some common understanding.
Through a media
Yeah,
release, you.
Yeah, I think
Yep.
that we don't.
And I
need a
guess it's within
resolution.
your certainly within your committee
Yes,
um,
as long as the table is quite happy with that.
responsibility. So
Yeah.
by
And I'll
all
be happy to
means,
meet with them if anybody wanted to meet under a tree. So I'm happy to do that too.
I'm
Anybody
happy
is welcome to join me.
I'll be
Good
there
on you.
with you.
Good on
Councillor
you.
Maida.
I'm happy to be there.
Yep.
okay.
Don't you go away now.
Well, we'll make note of that in urgent business. Councillor Maida's request for a media release in relation to Ocean Park Avenue. Come with that, Mr. CEO.
Get on with that, Mr Mayor.
Okay.
Well,
Do
we've
we
done
need
one
a?
that this is a follow-up in lieu of any personal communication.
Yep. Well, would you like to move that, Councillor Maida?
Um,
Because it's effectively a
well, yes,
an
Mr Mayor, I
instruction.
think
The
so,
mover and
please.
Councillor Maida. Do we have a seconder there?
What do we do?
Councillor Friend. Those in favour?
Yeah.
That's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, members.
No further items there. Closed session. We're going to got several matters to deal with, so we'll move to close the ordinary meeting for the reasons that we have up here to discuss two items in the confidential section of the agenda, which would be required under the Local Government Act. That elements within them may be not good to release publicly. So we'll be dealing with a contractual matter and the Appoon Landfill Stage 3 cell construction. So we have a mover to go into closed session. Mover Councillor Maida, seconded Councillor Rothery. All those in favour? That's unanimous. you, Renee. So welcome back to our open session of council. We have a resolution before us here, which is
The procedural motion.
we've already dealt with it, haven't we?
No, we
No.
haven't.
You've got councillor Flanders' procedural motion there.
Let it lay on the table.
Yeah, but that hasn't come forward as yet.
No, Mr Mayor, I put forward a procedural motion to lay this particular agenda item on the table in order to clarify the procurement policy.
And there's no debate.
No, that's right. No. So we have a procedural motion to lay this on the table to clarify the
Procurement policy.
Okay, there's no debate allowed. We'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is lost. We now go to,
The motion, recommendation.
which we're looking for up here, for councillors to consider. We have a recommendation there with the officers putting to us two parts. It's there before you. Is there a mover for that motion? There's a mover in Councillor Mather. Do we have a seconder?
Can I just have a read of it?
You certainly can.
Thanks.
I'll second it, Mr Mayor.
Mr Mayor, may I just say, while this we're contemplating here, perhaps we should have either part 3 or a separate motion that the process for identifying submissions or tenders be reviewed, so that, I mean, you can still get what you want, to see if it's what you want in the future or if it's satisfactory. It could be a separate motion rather than mix them up.
Well, perhaps that'd be something you can consider, maybe submitting through executive support for a future council
Yeah,
item.
I think keep it separate.
And not now.
Definitely, yeah. Okay, we've got a mover there in Councillor Mather, seconder in Councillor Friend. Any further time councillors need, or? No? Okay. Councillor Mather, do you want to speak at all to the motion?
Just very briefly, Mr Mayor, it's important to recognise that we've got half a dozen quality tenders who actually have stepped up to the mark and put their name forward for service. There wasn't a lot between them when you consider the size of the job, but at this time, because of the complexities of this type of service, we need to be very sure that the successful tenderer is capable and qualified and experienced. Clearly, we'd like to see local people get the job, but at the same time, despite the closeness of the prices, we really are looking for experience that would provide the greatest assurance for the council.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone speaking against the resolution?
Yeah, I'll speak against. I'm speaking against because I believe that the officer's recommendation and their decisions to come to their conclusion here, I don't believe the evaluation outcome weighting system. I don't think that was fair, especially towards local businesses. I would have liked to have seen local, as in Livingstone Shire businesses, had more of a percentage in the decision, and because of this and the way the evaluation outcome weighting percentages, that's why I'm voting against this.
Thank you, Councillor Rothery. Anyone further speaking for?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I'll just briefly speak for this. The officers have brought to us a very clear and concise report that states that there's a number of criteria that must be addressed. It's not just price, as Councillor Mather said, it's experience as well. It's looking at local businesses within our region, along with those in Livingstone and close by in Rockhampton as well. So it's important that the weighting system has won out in a fair and equitable manner. And this is why I agree that the officers have made a reasonable and honest and transparent choice.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? No further speakers. If you want to wrap up, Councillor Mather.
I think it's all been said, Mr. Chair, but I think the evaluation process, if it's been questioned at all in any shape or form, it's up to the person questioning it to put in a notice of motion and have it all explained at a later date at a proper forum. At the moment, the evaluation process that's been put before us is what we have and must use as a guide. And that will negate any question about our preferences in this matter. Thanks, Jen.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Okay, we'll put that to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion's carried. Thank you, councillors. That takes us to our last confidential matter or resolution to determine in the public meeting, of course, which is it's a fairly lengthy recommendation there consisting of 6 parts. Councillors are welcome to take the time to read it if they would like.
Like I said, in confidential, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to move this one.
Okay, we've got a mover there and Councillor Eastwood, seconder and Councillor Mather. Okay. Councillor Eastwood, the floor is yours if you want to speak at all.
Oh yes, Mr. Mayor, I will briefly say a few words. Look, it is with a heavy heart that I do move this. You know, we've been on the journey for a long time, a number of years, 4 or 5 years, and we were seeking to see the goal, to get to the end, and unfortunately it hasn't happened, and it's just come to the time where we just need to cut our losses, not just as a financial thing, but also it enables our IT team to move on and to get us on track with their normal business, and to get a system up that works for us for now, and hopefully in the future we will get something out of it that's a bit more than I don't want to specify the amount, but the amount that has sort of been pushed aside. So, yep, I'm happy to move it. Well, I wouldn't say I'm happy to move it, but I'm moving it because it needs to be moved.
Thank you. Anyone want to speak against the motion? Any further speakers for?
Yeah, I just want to say a few
Councillor
words.
Walker.
I just want to thank all the staff, Matt, team, Alistair. There's probably a few others there that's been heavily involved in trying to get this up, and I'm sure you would have had to have stretched yourself mentally, and that would have been draining, I suppose, and coming to a point where maybe you didn't get it over the line as you hoped because of all sorts of reasons. But just want to thank you all for your effort that you've put into what you put in thus far over 4 years, and we just want to appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Any further speakers?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Mather.
Mr. Chairman, despite the best interests of this organisation and the staff on taking this massive project on, as well as the costs for a small council, let's face it, it's no reflection on the council or the staff for the hard work that they've invested into this project. Sometimes the ambition is there, but the pitfalls are ahead of you. And in the IT, and I'm not an IT person, in the IT world, I can clearly see the difficulties that staff have to actually overcome some of these, not of their making. They did what they could with the money that they had and the services at their disposal. And when we find that we've got problems that are attributed to other people, you're really going against the wind. So I just want the staff to know that we still value them, we still appreciate what they've done, and it's in their favour that they've come to us at this time and told us what is really going on, so we can make that decision to prevent further fallout from this project. So I thank the staff for doing that at this time, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Okay, Councillor Eastwood, did you want to wrap up at all?
I actually will, Mr Mayor. Yeah, look, our IT team had a dream, and unfortunately it didn't come to fruition for no fault of their own. We all know that these guys worked extremely hard and went above their measure, absolutely, and we thank you for that, guys, and Matt, and particularly Alistair, just did an amazing job. And look, yeah, I mean, I know you're going to leave this meeting today, you're going to be saddened in your hearts, just like we are. And yeah, just thanks, guys, and let's move on, and yeah, stay with us, and let's make this whole IT system work to the best of our ability. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. We shall put that to the vote. Those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. That concludes our items of business for today, for the July the 16th, which is the last meeting that our CEO will sit in the chair. And as I said at the start of the day, I just want to finish off with commending you, Mr Dendall, for the service that you've provided to this council, to this community, and we're all very, very appreciative of the investment that you've made into it, with your leadership and your capability. So we really do thank you and wish you all the very best in the next chapter of your life, heading to where you're going. So please don't be a stranger if you want to drop in, or tune in online if you want to see how things how the committee meetings are going. Yeah,
thank you.
Speech. Speech.
Very grateful.
There we go.
Thank you, councillors. And I won't be a stranger. Plenty of families still here, so I'll be around regularly. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Carl. So we're going to break for lunch.
What time we
Can we